Chapter 213. After taking a few steps, Du Xiaofu turned around and looked at the few youths. Right, if anyone dares to say anything about me, I'll put the blame on you. I'll beat you up every time I see you. I'll remember your faces. After saying those words, Du Xiaofu turned around and left without looking back. The few youths glanced at each other with ugly expressions. They didn't expect the young man to be much more vicious than they had imagined. How was he still a newbie? He wasn't someone they could deal with. Grind the square stones, go back and rest early. Seeing Du Xiaofu teach those seniors a lesson, the group of registered students felt delighted. Then, they started to grind the square stones, and rumbling sounds could be heard. It wouldn't take long for them to complete today's mission. In the back mountains, the undulating mountain range was covered by a lush green forest. Gazing into the distance, one could vaguely see towering peaks in the clouds. Du Xiaofu climbed to the top of the tallest mountain. He was already some distance away from the place where the registered students were grinding the square stones. In the dense forest, bright flowers danced in the wind. Gazing at the buildings and mountain peaks in the distance, Du Xiaofu fell into a daze. Du Xiaofu wasn't interested in being a handyman when he came up the mountain. Furthermore, he really wanted to take a look around. After all, this was the place where his drunkard father had once stayed. So this is Tianwu Academy? After a moment, Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Even though he had arrived at Tianwu Academy, it was probably different from what his drunkard father had imagined. Even though he had entered Tianwu Academy, he had become a handyman. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's gaze shifted to a spot not far ahead. There was a figure sitting on a rock under a big tree. He hadn't noticed him when he came up. Judging from his back, he should be an old man. Eyebrows twitching, Du Xiaofu walked over. Using his mental energy, he couldn't sense any aura from the elder. When Du Xiaofu arrived behind the elder, the latter turned around. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, a large nose, and a wide mouth. His hair was messy like dried grass. His face was pale, like a piece of ragged cloth. His eyes were bright, but there was a hint of listlessness in them. What surprised Du Xiaofu the most was that this elder hadn't shaved for a long time. His large face was like a barren land filled with grass, and with the wrinkles on his face made him look like a savage or gorilla. Du Xiaofu almost took 2 steps back in shock. The elder looked at Du Xiaofu and sized him up from head to toe with curiosity. Lad, why are you here? You seem to be a new write-in student. Aren't you afraid of being bullied by the seniors when you come out to slack off? Hee, I don't want to offend anyone, but if anyone dares to bully me, I will beat them up. Du Xiaofu chuckled. It seemed like this old man knew quite a lot. Following which, he sat down on the rock beside the old man and gazed at the mountain range before him before asking the old man, Old man, are you an old member of Tianwu Academy? It seems like you know quite a bit. It seems like those seniors aren't easy to bully you. The elder chuckled and turned to look at Du Xiaofu. I should be an old member of Tianwu Academy. I've been here for my entire life, and now that I'm old, I don't have much to do. Are you from the Miscellaneous Affairs Department as well? Du Xiaofu looked at the old man. Judging from his sloppy appearance, he probably wasn't from the chore house, not the chore house. Hee. The elder's gaze shifted before he chuckled. You can say that I'm from the Miscellaneous Affairs Department. I've been working in Tianwu Academy for my entire life. Since you've been working for your entire life, why don't you return home? Du Xiaofu asked curiously. Return home. Ripples appeared in the elder's bright yet lifeless eyes. He looked at the mountain range and pavilions in front of him and said softly, I'm already so old, and have no family. I've been staying in Tianwu Academy all my life. To me, Tianwu Academy is my home. Where else can I return to? I'm afraid that I'll die of old age in Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu looked at the elder. For some reason, he felt respect for the elder. Anyone who could stay in one place for their entire life was worthy of respect. The elder stretched his back before looking at Du Xiaofu and asked, Lad, you just came in, right? What do you think of Tianwu Academy? I used to yearn for this place because my drunkard father used to stay here as well. He was the one who wanted me to come here. Du Xiaofu looked at the elder and paused for a moment. His expression changed slightly before he continued. However, I feel that Tianwu Academy is just SOSO. I'll be leaving in a few days. Oh. The beard of the elder moved slightly before he asked, "What's your father's name? I've been here for a long time, so I might even know your father. My drunkard father isn't that famous, so it's impossible for you to know him." Du Xiaofu replied immediately. However, he didn't dare to mention his drunkard father's name. After all, he was ranked second on the bounty board. It would be strange if he wasn't famous in Tianwu Academy. "Then, what's your name?" The elder smiled before asking Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu didn't hide it. After all, many people knew about it. Du Xiaofu, huh? The elder muttered softly as he sized up Du Xiaofu. After which, he continued, "You should take a look around Tianwu Academy. Actually, Tianwu Academy isn't too bad and you can learn quite a few things there. Back in the day, Tianwu Academy produced many outstanding students who eventually became famous. However, Tianwu Academy has declined and is no longer the same as before." After saying those words, a hint of emotion flashed through the elder's lifeless eyes. "If there's a chance, I'll take a look around." Du Xiaofu nodded his head. He didn't object to the elder's words. Tianwu Academy did have a strong foundation and countless experts had emerged from it. Old Third. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the bottom of the mountain. Du Xiaofu turned around and saw a figure running over. The voice belonged to Zhang Wei. "If there's a chance, come and chat with this old man again." The elder stood up and looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile on his desolate face. After which, he turned around and walked down the mountain. "Old Third, you're really here. I've finally found you." Zhang Wei and the old man brushed past each other. Zhang Wei glanced at the old man suspiciously. Then, he took a few steps and arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. His face was pale and anxious. "What's the matter?" Seeing Zhang Wei's expression, Du Xiaofu's expression became serious, and his heart tightened for no reason. Zhang Wei's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Du Xiaofu. With a trembling voice, he said, "Old Fourth was beaten up by the seniors and was severely injured. When he found us at the back of the mountain, he had already fainted. His ears were sliced off and his body was covered in blood. It's too tragic. Those seniors didn't treat Old Fourth as a human at all." When Du Xiaofu rushed back to the densely packed mountain of rocks, a few youths were standing at the side. After seeing Du Xiaofu, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Their eyes faintly revealed a look of fear. A group of registered students gathered together, and the sound of discussion could be heard. Zhang Wei, who was at the front, shouted, "Everyone make way. Boss Third Bro is here." The registered students who were gathered together suddenly opened up a path, and their gazes immediately fell on Du Xiaofu. On a rock, Wu Qingfeng was supporting the unconscious Sun Ji. He didn't know what to do and his eyes were bloodshot. When he saw Du Xiaofu, he immediately raised his head and his eyes trembled. He said, "Old Third, come and take a look at Old Fourth. Old Fourth's injuries are too serious. I gave him some pills, but it doesn't seem to be effective." Du Xiaofu quickly walked into the crowd. When he saw Sun Ji, who was being supported by Wu Qingfeng, his gaze suddenly trembled. His hands quietly clenched into fists, and a cold look surfaced on his face. At this moment, Sun Ji's injuries were even more serious than what Sun Wei had said. His body was covered in blood and his left ear had been sliced off. Fresh blood stained his clothes. The blood had just coagulated and his eyes were tightly shut. His face was pale and his breathing was weak. What the hell is going on? As Du Xiaofu spoke, he immediately supported Sun Ji in Wu Qingfeng's hands. He formed a hand seal and profound energy surged. Several finger seals landed on Sun Ji's body. Wu Qingfeng retreated to the side and said, "I'm not sure either." When Old Fourth arrived, he had already collapsed. He only said that it was the seniors who did it, and then he fainted. Chi. After Du Xiaofu slowly laid the unconscious Sun Ji down on the rock, the seals in his hands once again changed. Numerous runes surged and landed on Sun Ji's body. As the rune energy landed on Sun Ji's body trembled slightly. Du Xiaofu's expression became uglier and uglier. From the examination, he found out that Sun Ji's injuries were not light. He was not injured by a single person, and there were 2 residual profound energies in his body. From the injuries, it seemed that 2 people had kicked Sun Ji in the stomach. It was a clean kick. The people who did it were all in the pulsating realm. They were much stronger than Sun Ji. A casual kick was enough to seriously injure Sun Ji, let alone 2 kicks. If they had used a little more strength, Sun Ji would have lost his life. It was obvious that the people who did it did not dare to kill. However, not only did they seriously injure Sun Ji, they even cut off his ear. It could be said that they were vicious and merciless. Pooh! When Du Xiaofu's last rune energy landed on the acupuncture point on Sun Ji's lower abdomen, and his hand seals disappeared, the unconscious Sun Ji's chest heaved up and down. He spat out a mouthful of blood and then his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Chapter 214. OL4 is awake. OL4, how are you? Seeing that Sun Ji had awakened, Jiang Wei and Wu Qingfeng heaved a sigh of relief and immediately gathered around him. He's finally awake. The large group of registered students surrounding Sun Ji looked at the awakened Sun Ji, and their originally tense expressions began to relax. A registered student had been seriously injured by a senior student. As registered students, they were of the same breadth and branch. Naturally, they all felt a common sense of crisis. Sun Ji opened his eyes. His originally bright eyes looked rather lifeless at this moment. His intelligent appearance was also somewhat dispirited at this moment. Looking at Wu Qingfeng, Jiang Wei, and Du Xiaofu who appeared in his vision, his gaze moved, and the corners of his mouth squeezed out a trace of a bitter smile. He wanted to sit up and said, I thought I was going to die, but it seems that I'm not dead yet. Don't worry, you'll be fine. You'll be fine after a period of recuperation. Wu Qingfeng consoled Sun Ji. Together with Jiang Wei, they hurriedly helped Sun Ji up and sat him down on the rock. OL4, what happened? Du Xiaofu asked Sun Ji. Nothing much, just some points robbed by the seniors. Seeing Du Xiaofu, Sun Ji immediately said, That's right, OL3, I heard that the senior you're looking for, Ouyang Shuang, returned to Tianwu Academy 2 days ago. However, I don't know where she is now. Also, there is indeed a senior called Du Xiaoman in the academy, and she is also a member of the enforcement team. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu, who had been worried about Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and the little tiger, immediately relaxed. Yesterday, Du Xiaofu had asked Sun Ji for help because he saw that Sun Ji was well informed. As a newcomer, he was unfamiliar with everything, so he asked Sun Ji for help to inquire about Ouyang Shuang and his elder sister Du Xiaoman. However, he didn't expect that such a thing would happen now. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. He looked straight at Sun Ji and asked, Old 4, did you go to scout for information and then meet those seniors? Looking at Du Xiaofu's gaze, Sun Ji bit his blood-stained lips and nodded. Then, with a bitter smile, he said, After I inquired about the news, I didn't expect my luck to be so bad. I ran into a few seniors. They wanted my points. At first, I couldn't bear to part with them. I said that I was a registered student and didn't have any points, but they didn't believe me. I thought that since I couldn't beat them, I had no choice but to give it to them. But when they found out that I had over 60 points in my card, they said I was lying to them. I explained, but they didn't believe me, so they taught me a lesson. Pipa. Hearing Sun Ji's words, Du Xiaofu's 5 fingers suddenly clenched into fists. His knuckles cracked, and his resolute face suddenly turned ashen. An invisible chill began to spread from Du Xiaofu's body. His tone became cold as he asked Sun Ji, You handed over your points card, but they still didn't let you go. They even injured you like this? Feeling the chill from Du Xiaofu's body, Sun Ji's face trembled slightly. He nodded helplessly and said, Don't worry, old three. I'm fine. I won't die. They won't dare to kill me. Just treat it as a training. Bastard! Seeing Sun Ji nod in agreement, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but shout. His clenched fists trembled slightly. He looked at Sun Ji and said in a deep voice, Old Four, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let you scout for information. Old Three, I'm really fine. This matter has nothing to do with you, so don't think of doing anything. They are all seniors, and they are very powerful. Worry flashed across Sun Ji's eyes. He was afraid that Du Xiaofu would do something. Yesterday, he had personally witnessed Du Xiaofu's temper and means. However, those who injured him were different from Ping Gang and the others. They were all seniors of Tianwu Academy, and each of them possessed extraordinary strength. They weren't people that Ping Gang and Su Yang could compare with. Old Four, do you still recognize them? Looking at the bloodied Sun Ji in front of him, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. How could he not care? Sun Ji was seriously injured because he went to investigate for him. Even if Sun Ji wasn't injured because of him, Du Xiaofu wouldn't ignore it. Even though the four of them had just met yesterday, Du Xiaofu didn't forget the warm care they had shown him yesterday. After interacting with them for a while, they had already developed feelings for each other, and they were like brothers. I'll remember it in my heart. I won't forget it. Sun Ji nodded his head. As he said those words, a cold gleam flashed across his eyes. After which, he turned to Du Xiaofu and said, Old Three, you really don't have to worry about me. I have many ways to exact vengeance, and I'm not someone who can be bullied easily. However, I want to exact vengeance on my own. I'll cultivate diligently in the future, and there will be a day when I surpass them. At that time, I'll make them pay with interest. Hearing those words, Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. He stared at Sun Ji coldly, and after a moment of silence, he asked in a deep voice, Old Four, what did you call me? Sun Ji squeezed out a smile as he looked at Du Xiaofu and said doubtfully, Old Three. You're Old Three, and I'm the youngest. I'm Old Four. Du Xiaofu looked at Sun Ji and said, Old Four, let's not talk about how you were injured because of me. Although we only met yesterday, you called me Old Three, so I'm your brother. I called you Old Four, so you're my brother. How can I just stand by and watch when my brother is being bullied? Moreover, you were injured because of me. If I don't do anything, then I'm not worthy of being called Old Three in the future. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Sun Ji's eyes moved. Then, with a smile, he said, Old Three, your words are enough. We'll take revenge in the future. They're very powerful. When we're powerful in the future, it won't be too late to find them to settle the score. Fourth brother, I'm not going to take revenge for you, nor am I going to settle the score for you. If you weren't strong enough and your points were stolen, then I wouldn't have anything to say. But you handed over your points card, and they even heavily injured you. What they owe is not just a score or a grudge, what they owe is justice. Du Xiaofu shook his head slightly and opened his clenched fist. Then, he patted Sun Ji's shoulder and said, I'm going to help you get justice. They owe you a grudge. You can go and get them back later. But today, I'm going to help you get justice. Sun Ji nodded and said, I'm going to help you get justice. His voice paused for a moment. Du Xiaofu's eyes surged with coldness. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Anything can be owed, but justice can't be delayed. Anything can be given up, but justice can't be given up. Old Three is right. What they owe is justice. Anything can be owed, but justice can't be delayed. Wu Qingfeng nodded. His tall and straight body surged with an aura. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Old Three, I'm the eldest. I'll go with you. Even if we can't beat them, we'll get justice. Anything can be given up, but justice can't be ignored. Old Three, I'll also get justice for Old Four. Under Zhang Wei's thick eyebrows, his big black eyes were also surging with anger at this time. Old Three, Old Two, Old Three. Sun Ji looked at the three of them. His eyes were a little sad, but his pale face had a smile. He then nodded heavily and said, Okay, then we'll go and get justice first. At worst, we'll be beaten up, but it won't take our lives. Yes, at worst, we'll be beaten up. Wu Yong will go with you. It's okay to bully us registered students, but there can't be no justice. Among the crowd of onlookers, a well-built young man stood out. This young man was the first to ask Du Xiaofu to help smash some rocks down from the rock wall. It's just a beating. We won't die. It's not like we've been beaten up before. I'll go with you. We can't ignore justice for registered students. Another young man stood out. He had delicate features, but he had an extraordinary air of arrogance. We're all registered students. If we don't unite, we'll be bullied even more. I'll go with you. Don't leave me behind. I'll go too. As the first well-built young man stepped out, the surrounding young men suddenly shouted in unison. Their emotions were high, and their eyes were filled with anger. They all wanted to go and get justice. Thank you, everyone. Wu Qingfeng clasped his fist to the surrounding people. The more people there were, the more confidence he would have. After which, the 200 students gathered together. None of them continued to grind the rocks and left the back of the mountain. The few older students wanted to stop them, but in the face of the vast and mighty aura of the 200 registered students, especially with the fierce purple-robed youth in the middle, they didn't dare to stop them. They could only watch as the crowd left. This is bad. I'm afraid that there's going to be a huge problem. Let's take a shortcut and inform Senior Jean. The few young men stared at one another, and cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. This new batch of registered students was going to turn the heavens upside down. In the vast mountain range behind Tianwu Academy, a majestic sight could be seen. Wherever Du Xiaofu and the others passed by, the registered students who were working on the road saw the majestic and emotional large group of people. They faintly heard that a registered student had been beaten by a senior student, and now someone was going to stand up for the registered students. They immediately put down the chores in their hands and joined in. The more people there were, the more spirited they became. Their courage grew as well. By the time they walked out of the back of the mountain, there were already over 1,000 people in the group. They were majestic and imposing. In the courtyard of the chore house, Jean Yambing sat on a chair with a teapot in his hand. He gently rocked his chair and took a small sip of tea. He looked up at the dazzling sunlight that passed through the large tree beside the courtyard. The light and shadow cast from the canopy made him feel very comfortable. The recent arrival of the new batch of registered students had given Jean Yambing a huge income. Many of the registered students came from extraordinary clans, and they were extremely capable. On top of that, the Miscellaneous Affairs Division was a lucrative job, and he had earned quite a bit over the years. Chapter 215. In a few days, after the new batch of brats have settled down, I will be able to go into the Heaven Martial Talisman realm for a period of time. Jean Yambing muttered softly. Although he couldn't directly touch the points of those students, the various benefits he obtained could be exchanged for points. With enough points, he would be able to go into the Heaven Martial Talisman realm for a period of time and exchange for the medicinal pills he wanted. Perhaps this time, he would be able to directly break through to the next level. During this period of time, Jean Yambing could faintly feel that he was about to make another breakthrough. If he was able to break through to the pulse spirit stage from the perfect pulse movement stage, his status in the academy would undoubtedly rise by quite a bit. Senior Jean, not good, something big has happened. A hurried shout was heard, and then several young men rushed into the courtyard. What's wrong with you guys? Weren't you guys watching those brats grinding the square stones at the back of the mountain? The front courtyard is expanding, so we need square stones. If there isn't enough, you guys can go get them yourselves. When Jean Yambing saw the several young men, he immediately glared and shouted. Then, he opened his mouth and took a small sip of tea from the teapot. This tea was extraordinary. It was a very expensive item. Normally, only the elders could drink it. Senior Jean, those brats ran away. They all ran away. We couldn't watch them at all. Pfft. Before the young man who spoke could say anything, Jean Yambing, who was lying back on the chair, suddenly stood up. The mouthful of tea that he had just inhaled was directly sprayed out, spraying all over the faces of the young men. Their expressions changed drastically as they asked loudly, "What's going on? Tell me quickly." A young man at the front raised his hand and used his sleeve to wipe the tea that was sprayed all over his face. He said to Jean Yambing, "A senior student stole a registered student's points and even injured a registered student, so those registered students are now clamoring to seek justice." "Seeking justice? Did those little bastards get kicked in the head by a donkey?" Jean Yambing scolded loudly. A few registered students wanted to seek justice from the older students because their points had been stolen. This was definitely a case of a donkey kicking in the head. Then he asked, "Who took the lead and how many people went?" "I'm afraid there are hundreds of them now, and more are coming. I think it's someone called Du Xiaofu. That kid is too strong," the young man immediately replied. Du Xiaofu. Hearing this name, the small teapot in Jean Yambing's hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. His body trembled and his expression changed. He said, "This is trouble, big trouble. Why is it that kid? I knew that kid would be a disaster. Senior Jean, do you know that kid?" The young man who spoke just now plucked up his courage and asked, "No, my ass. Quick, where are they going? Take me to stop them," Jean Yambing shouted, his face ashen. If there was a problem this time, he would definitely be in trouble. He was afraid that he would not be able to keep this lucrative job in the future. Jean Yambing's face couldn't help but twitch as soon as he mentioned Du Xiaofu. Up until yesterday evening, Jean Yambing was still thinking that he had to build a good relationship with the newcomer Du Xiaofu. After all, Du Xiaofu was personally sent here by Master Chengming, and he had a close relationship with Elder Liao. He definitely had a strong background. However, when night fell, Jean Yambing met a few mentors. He unintentionally overheard a few mentors discussing a matter called Du Xiaofu. Jean Yambing had heard this and realized that Du Xiaofu was not only related to Elder Liao, but also had a great relationship with him. In the morning, a young man called Du Xiaofu, who was practicing both martial arts and talisman arts, had delayed the registration time. Therefore, he had trapped the top 10 freshmen in a talisman array. Moreover, he had severely injured the 4th-ranked freshman with one move. His strength and innate talent were extremely high. More importantly, Du Xiaofu didn't place Elder Liao in his eyes at all, thus offending the latter. Almost all of the instructors and elders in Tianwu Academy knew about this matter, and he was the last one to know about it. After hearing the news, Jean Yambing almost wanted to slap himself to death on the spot. He actually arranged for that guy to stay in one of the few comfortable dormitories. If Elder Liao and Mentor Changming knew that he had taken care of him like that, they would definitely give him a hard time. However, he had accepted Du Xiaofu's pill, so it wasn't appropriate for him to fall out with him. Jean Yambing could be considered as a wily old fox in Tianwu Academy. Furthermore, he knew that Du Xiaofu's talent was frightening and that he might be able to make a comeback in the future. Thus, he couldn't afford to fall out with him. However, he couldn't afford to offend the lofty Elder Liao and Instructor Changming. Thus, this morning, Jean Yambing thought of a good idea. Without leaving any traces behind, he arranged for Du Xiaofu to be assigned the most difficult chores in the academy. If Elder Liao and Instructor Changming were to ask about it, he would be able to answer them as long as that fellow behaved himself and didn't cause any trouble. However, Jean Yambing didn't expect that Du Xiaofu would cause such a huge commotion in such a short period of time. A rebellion among the freshmen, this was clearly an attempt to cut off his lucrative job. "We must seek justice. The seniors are too much of a bully. We aren't pushovers either." In the rear mountain, more and more Raitan students gathered. The commotion was so loud that it could be heard from afar. Du Xiaofu paid no heed to it. The more people there were, the better. 4th brother Sun Ji was severely injured because of him, and even after handing over his accumulated points card, he was still bullied. Regardless of whether it was due to his personal debt or out of his brotherhood, he had to seek justice. "Hold it right there, all of you, hold it right there!" Just as the majestic crowd of over 1,000 people exited the back mountain, a loud roar could be heard. Whoosh whoosh! Then, A series of whooshing sounds rang out. There were probably no less than 100 figures rushing over. After a few flashes, they appeared in front of everyone's eyes, directly blocking the group of Rite-In students in front of them. Whoosh whoosh! More than 100 figures appeared, each with a pulsation realm cultivation level aura. The aura of more than 100 people was enough to firmly suppress the aura of the 1,000 Rite-In students. After all, the newly joined Rite-In students' cultivation level was not high enough. Other than Du Xiaofu, there was no one else in the pulsation realm. Immediately, their aura was suppressed. Waves of pulsation realm aura spread out. Many Rite-In students already felt the circulation of their profound energy blocked under the pressure, and their bodies began to tremble. Jin Yanbing stood at the front, with more than 100 people standing behind him. They were all Rite-In students from the previous batch. Looking at the 1,000 new Rite-In students in front of him, his face was ashen and embarrassed. He shouted, "What do you want to do? Get the hell back!" The sound waves were like muffled thunder. Coupled with Jin Yanbing's perfect pulsation realm cultivation level aura, the sound waves immediately shook the eardrums of many young boys and girls, causing their faces to turn pale. The Rite-In students looked at each other, and then they all looked at Du Xiaofu in unison. At this moment, the purple-robed youth was their backbone. Sun Ji, Wu Qingfeng, and Zhang Wei also looked at Du Xiaofu beside them. Du Xiaofu looked at Jin Yanbing and the 100 young boys and girls behind him. His eyes moved slightly, and he said, "Senior Jin, some of our Rite-In students were seriously injured after their points were stolen. You came at the right time. You have to seek justice for us." Jin Yanbing looked at Du Xiaofu, his eyes twitching. It was indeed this kid who had led the trouble. He immediately shouted in a deep voice, "So what? If you don't have the strength, it's normal to be injured. All of you, get the hell back. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite and making you suffer." His roar was accompanied by a powerful aura. A large group of youths were intimidated, and fear began to appear in their eyes. "We walked out of our homes and came to the Tianwu Academy that we yearned for. To put it nicely, we are Rite-In students, but in reality, we are just odd job workers. Yet, we still have to endure such bullying and oppression. Did we come to Tianwu Academy to be bullied? Since the seniors are bullying us, we have to fight back. We have to unite and fight back." Du Xiaofu raised his head, and his profound energy surged. His voice was accompanied by profound energy, and it was in no way inferior to Jin Yanbing's. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, all of the Rite-In students were moved, as though they were injected with a cardiac stimulant. All of the Rite-In students knew that even though they were Rite-In students, in reality, they were odd job workers in Tianwu Academy, and they had to endure bullying and humiliation. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's words had undoubtedly struck the weakest chord in the hearts of all of the Rite-In students. We have to seek justice. We, Rite-In students, didn't come to Tianwu Academy to be bullied. We have to unite and seek justice. Otherwise, we will be bullied in the future. In an instant, all of the Rite-In students were enraged, and their profound energy went berserk. "Bastards, are you trying to rebel?" Jin Yanbing looked at the rioting freshmen, and then stared at Du Xiaofu with eyes that were about to burst into flames. It was all this brat's fault for stirring up trouble. Even though Jin Yanbing knew that Du Xiaofu's talent was frightening, he wasn't afraid of him. He was at the pinnacle of pulsation realm, so how could he be afraid of a brat who was still wet behind his ears? He bellowed, "Du Xiaofu, listen up. I'm giving you one last chance. Disperse the crowd, or else I won't go easy on you. It's one thing for you to not stand up for us Rite-In students, but to think that you would join forces with the seniors to bully us. I would like to see how you intend to go easy on me." Du Xiaofu's face darkened, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Judging from Jin Yanbing's attitude, it seemed like Jin Yanbing had already found out about what happened yesterday. "Bastards, you refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Jin Yanbing was infuriated. After so many years, this was the first time he met with such arrogant Rite-In students. He waved his hand and bellowed, "Men, beat those who dare to resist to death." Chapter 216. Attack! The youths couldn't wait any longer. Being able to take care of these rookies in broad daylight was a good thing. Although the strength of these youths couldn't be compared to the older students, dealing with these rookies was a piece of cake. Suddenly, some of them dashed out and their profound chi exploded. Who dares to attack? Get lost! Du Xiaofu shouted and took a step forward. He was as fast as lightning. Then, his fist landed on the chest of the fastest young man. Bang! The youth didn't have the strength to resist or dodge at all. Like a sandbag, his body flew away as if he was struck by lightning. He screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he smashed into the ground in the distance. Such an unforeseen event caused all the charging figures to freeze. Their eyes were filled with shock. Du Xiaofu, do you really think that no one can take care of you? Jin Yanbing was stunned for a moment. Then, he flew into a rage. He waved his hand and his profound chi exploded. There were runes surging in his palm. He knew that this kid called Du Xiaofu was a talisman master. Naturally, he couldn't give this kid a chance to set up a talisman array. As long as he took care of this kid, the others would be easy to deal with. Boom! The sound was like thunder. His aura exploded. The runes spread and the light was dazzling. The ground trembled. In a short time, Jin Yanbing's fist was wrapped in runes as it smashed towards Du Xiaofu. Humph! Seeing Jin Yanbing's fist coming, Du Xiaofu snorted coldly. He did not move, nor did he dodge. He waved his hand and met Jin Yanbing's fist with his own. In an instant, his fist collided with Jin Yanbing's. Bang! The two fists collided. The muffled sound shook people's souls. The collision of energy exploded, forming a dazzling burst of energy. Walala! A large area of space rippled. Under the explosion of a terrifying aura, the surrounding youths immediately retreated. No one dared to be affected. Crack! The moment the two fists collided, Jin Yanbing's fist emitted a cracking sound. The bones in his fist were shattered, and his arm was fractured. He screamed in pain and spat out a large mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards. Bang! Jin Yanbing's body landed heavily on the ground, causing the ground to crack and several of his ribs to break. His eyes were filled with horror. With just one punch, he was severely injured to the point where he could not move. Silence. The surrounding space was suddenly filled with a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes trembled with shock. The young men who came with Jin Yanbing no longer dared to move. They quickly retreated and looked at Du Xiaofu as if they were looking at a monster. As for all the registered students, after the initial shock, their blood began to boil. They were so excited that their bodies trembled. Senior Jin was sent flying with one punch. How terrifying was his strength! Du Xiaofu strode towards Jin Yanbing, who had fallen to the ground. His tongue coldly licked his dry lips. Du Xiaofu, what do you want to do? If you dare to touch me, the entire academy will not let you go. Jin Yanbing, whose mouth was dripping with blood, looked at Du Xiaofu walking towards him. His eyes were filled with fear. He struggled a few times but could not stand up. His internal organs were about to be shattered by that punch. He did not have the strength to move at all. At this moment, Jin Yanbing finally knew how terrifying this young man was. Last night he still had a trace of doubt. How could everything he heard be as terrifying as this young man? Now, it could be said that he had truly experienced how terrifying this young man was. If you don't stand up for us, why should we be polite to you? So what if I touch you? Du Xiaofu stepped forward and stomped on Jin Yanbing's chest, causing blood to flow. Then, he leaned over and took out a qianquan bag and a point card from Jin Yanbing's chest. Why are you still taking my points? Du Xiaofu kept the qianquan bag without any hesitation. He didn't let go of the point card either. He infused his profound energy into his point card and placed the 2 points cards together. No! No! Then, under Jin Yanbing's pained gaze and miserable wails, the 5,300 points that he had painstakingly accumulated over the past few years and the last time he had exchanged for them turned into 0. Not a single point was left. Even his Qianquan bag had been taken away by that lad with no intention of returning it. Pucci! Jin Yanbing was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Du Xiaofu ignored Jin Yanbing. Instead, he looked at the 100 overused in the surroundings and asked, "Now, do you still want to make a move?" The 100 overused who came with Jin Yanbing stared at the pitiful Jin Yanbing lying on the ground and glanced at one another. Then, they retreated simultaneously, not daring to block Zhang Xian's path. Tianwu Academy was exceptionally lively today. The arrival of the freshmen had piqued the interest of many seniors. Trampling on their juniors and flirting with beautiful juniors was something that many seniors wanted to do for a long time. In a bustling square, there were figures standing in groups of 2s and 3s. Quite a number of unlucky rookies came here and immediately met with misfortune. The smarter ones handed over their points, and were looked down upon for a while, and that was it. Those who were arrogant and prideful among the freshmen were beaten up. In the end, they still couldn't change the outcome of having their points stolen. However, there was news that some of the freshmen weren't to be trifled with, causing many of them to suffer losses. It was said that there was a talisman master among the freshmen who set up a talisman formation. Just by setting up a talisman formation, he was able to defeat 3 seniors and inflict heavy injuries on them. In an instant, the freshmen were roused by this news. However, not too long later, the 3 seniors invited an even stronger senior over. In the end, the talisman master didn't manage to change the outcome of having his points stolen. There were also some freshmen who immediately headed to exchange for pills after obtaining their points. However, halfway through, they were intercepted by the seniors. What the freshmen could think of, the seniors could naturally think of as well. The freshmen in the square were intercepted on their way to exchange for pills. In such a situation, it was useless to hide in the dormitory. On the contrary, the dormitory was the most dangerous place. Early in the morning, all of them were searched by the seniors. It was said that in order to protect the points in their hands, many of the freshmen chose to hide in the depths of the forest within the academy. Today's harvest isn't bad. However, I'm afraid that in a few days, all of these newbies will be robbed. At a corner of the square, a young man dressed in luxurious clothes smiled at a beautiful lady. There were 3 other young men around him, and they were dressed in bright clothes. I have to thank the 4 seniors today for allowing me to gain quite a bit. The beautiful lady smiled faintly. Her skin was fair and lustrous like jade. She was indeed extremely beautiful. The beautiful lady's name was Zhou Yinglan. In Tianwu Academy, where the number of females was far less than males, her talent was extraordinary. In addition to her beautiful appearance, she had always been doted on by the males. She was deeply sought after by the males, and this allowed her to have a foothold in the competitive Tianwu Academy. There was never a lack of people fawning over her. Zhou Yinglan knew that she had an advantage, so she would never get too close to a single person. She treated everyone equally and kept a distance from everyone. This undoubtedly caused those who were chasing after her to fawn over her even more. Every single one of them wanted to be the first to win her heart. To a man, the first to embrace a beauty and conquer her under his body would undoubtedly be able to prove that he was the strongest. This is only natural. When you enter the Sky Martial Seo realm and enter seclusion to comprehend for a period of time, junior sister Yinglan can make a breakthrough and step into the great circle of the Pulse realm. A young man dressed in luxurious clothes fawned over her. I still can't compare to the seniors. Especially Senior Zhang Jian, you are already at the peak of the Pulse realm. I'm afraid that you will be able to break through to the Pulse Spirit realm soon. Once you break through to the Pulse Spirit realm, you might even have the chance to enter the Tiger rankings. Zhou Yinglan smiled faintly. It was very moving. She enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by so many young men. There weren't many women who didn't like to be surrounded by so many suitors. Moreover, these suitors were all extraordinary. The young man in luxurious clothes called Zhang Jian felt his soul melt when Zhou Yinglan smiled faintly at him. There was a hint of pride in his eyes, as if he felt that he had taken the lead in front of the other 3 and won the favor of the beauty. He smiled and said, For junior sister Yinglan, I will try my best to break through to the pulse spirit realm as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will also challenge the martial rankings. Zhang Jian, why do you want to challenge the martial rankings after breaking through to the pulse spirit realm? Senior sister Ouyang Shuang was at the great circle of the pulse spirit realm half a year ago, but she still stepped into the martial rankings. The young man in luxurious clothes had a faint smile on his lips. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. This young man in luxurious clothes seemed to be doing it on purpose. Zhang Jian's expression was a little ugly. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes, but he still had a smile on his face. He didn't want to lose his composure in front of the beauty. He said, "That was half a year ago. In this half a year, everyone's cultivation has improved. Those who are at the great circle of the pulse spirit realm won't be able to step into the martial rankings anymore. If senior sister Ouyang Shuang is still at the great circle of the pulse spirit realm, it won't be long before she is kicked off the martial rankings. I heard that senior sister Ouyang Shuang returned to the academy a few days ago. Zhang Jian, why don't you go challenge senior sister Ouyang Shuang?" Another young man said to Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian's face froze as his expression turned ugly. Every single person who could step foot on the martial ranking was a terrifying existence. They all had astonishing talent and trump cards. Ouyang Shuang must have improved in the past half a year. How could he contend against her? Chapter 217. All right, it won't be too late to challenge Senior Zhang Jian after he breaks through to the Meridian Spirit Realm. It's about time for today, so let's head back first. The corners of Zhou Yinglan's mouth carried a faint smile, but there was a trace of displeasure in her eyes. When Ouyang Shuang was mentioned, Zhou Yinglan couldn't bring herself to feel happy. Even though she was highly sought after by many male students, she wasn't on the same level as Ouyang Shuang. Ouyang Shuang's reputation in the academy was much higher than hers, and she was also the target of many experts on the martial role. She wasn't even on the same level as Zhou Yinglan. All right, let's head back first. We'll come back tomorrow to teach these newbies a lesson, said the young man whom Zhou Yinglan addressed as Senior Zhu. So. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind could be heard at the front of the square, and a large group of figures appeared from afar. What's going on? Immediately, many figures in 2s and 3s on the square looked forward. The speed of the large group of figures was not very fast, but the number of people was not small. There were probably more than 1,000 people. From the moment the large group of figures appeared in the square, only 7 or 8 breaths of time had passed. So. The 1,000 of them attracted a lot of attention along the way, and many new and old students of Tianwu Academy came to observe them from afar. Figures stood in the square one after another, and even though their auras weren't strong, when gathered together, it was still shocking and majestic. There are so many of them, are they freshmen? They are all in the Xiantian realm, so they shouldn't be freshmen. They should be the handymen of the so-called in-name students. They seem to be in-name students. What are they trying to do with so many of them? In the small square, the older students began to whisper among themselves. Zhou Yinglan, Zhang Jian, and the others, who were about to leave, looked at the 1,000 of in-name students curiously. At this moment, the 5 of them didn't expect that misfortune would befall them, shocking the entire Tianwu Academy. The 1,000 of in-name students were naturally Du Xiaofu and the others. Along the way, they had already searched the other 2 locations, but to no avail. This small square was provided by a few freshmen who had their points stolen, and it was said that many of the older students had gathered here to steal their points. Fourth brother, are those people here? In the middle of the crowd, Du Xiaofu swept his gaze across the plaza. After which, he turned around and asked Sun Ji, who was being supported by Wu Qifeng and Zhang Wei. At this moment, Sun Ji's gaze was fixed on the 4 men and 1 woman in the corner of the square. How could he forget the appearance of those 5 people? Now that he saw them again, his heart surged with complicated feelings. Without needing Sun Ji to answer, Du Xiaofu followed Sun Ji's gaze and saw the figures of 4 men and 1 woman. Hey, isn't that the kid we taught a lesson to not long ago? I think so. I cut off his ear with my own hands. It was that brat. Zhang Jian and the young man who had cut off one of Sun Ji's ears said. The two of them didn't care at all. They didn't put the thousands of registered students in their eyes at all. Fourth brother, is it those 5? Who attacked you? Du Xiaofu asked Sun Ji. At this moment, his tone was much calmer than before. His expression was calm and his gaze was unperturbed. It didn't even seem like he was here to seek justice. Sun Ji looked at the 5 people. His heart was in turmoil, but he was also surprisingly calm. It was as if the person involved wasn't him but someone else. He said to Du Xiaofu, It's those 5. The one on the left kicked me, and the second kicked me and made me lose an ear. The woman robbed my points. Well, I'll go and seek justice for you. Du Xiaofu looked at Sun Ji and said. Sun Ji nodded. His eyes moved, and then he said, Old 3, be careful. Don't worry, I'll be fine. After Du Xiaofu finished speaking to Sun Ji, he looked at Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and the registered students who came with him, and said, Big brother, second brother, you guys stay here and watch. I'll go get justice. Okay. Wu Qingfeng and Zhang Wei nodded. Therefore, the gazes of the other registered students were quietly looking at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu turned around and walked out. He slowly walked towards the 5 people that Sun Ji was looking at. They seemed to be looking for Zhou Yinglan and Zhang Jian. Those handymen can't be looking for trouble with Zhang Jian, right? I don't think so. Those handymen are looking for trouble with Zhang Jian and Zhou Yinglan. Their brains must have been kicked by a donkey. Numerous gazes curiously landed on Du Xiaofu's body amidst the low discussions in the surroundings. After a dozen or so steps, Du Xiaofu arrived in front of the 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. His thin body was very tall and straight. The resoluteness and determination on his face made him look more mature than his peers. Zhou Yinglan, Zhang Jian and the other 4 looked at the purple-robed youth in front of them. Their gazes contained different emotions. Especially when the 5 of them looked at the purple-robed youth's gaze that swept over them. It was clearly a calm gaze, but the 5 of them felt unease in their hearts for no reason. The 5 of you, do you still remember him? Du Xiaofu indicated for the 5 of them to look at Sun Ji. His voice was calm, but it was filled with an invisible chill. Zhou Yinglan, Zhang Jian and the other 4 followed Du Xiaofu's gaze and glanced at Sun Ji. Their gazes moved. Of course I remember. The youth who cut off Sun Ji's ear indifferently smiled. Then, he raised his eyes and glanced at Du Xiaofu. His gaze was somewhat disdainful as he said, What? From your tone, it seems that you want to take revenge for that brat? Du Xiaofu looked at the 5 people and said, I'm not here for revenge. I'm only here for justice. If you guys only took his points, then I have nothing to say. However, since you've taken his points, then you shouldn't have bullied him. Do you guys think that you can bully him as you wish just because your cultivation is stronger than his? Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the youth's indifferent face slightly sank. His gaze instantly became much colder as he said, Brat, so what if we bullied that brat? You guys will slowly understand the principle of strength being respected in the future. Haha, this brat's head must have been kicked by a donkey. Zhang Jian, a well-dressed youth, and the youth called Senior Zhu burst into laughter. Strength is respected. That's right. It's good to hear you say that. Du Xiaofu stared at the youth as soon as he finished speaking. Coldness rippled through his eyes as his aura began to surge. Suddenly, the youth's gaze changed. He could sense that the aura of the purple-robed youth was extremely abnormal. Furthermore, the gaze in his eyes made him feel a chill down his spine. This brat wants to attack me. The thought quickly flashed through his mind as a sword immediately appeared in his hand. Brat you! The young man shouted as he unsheathed his sword. However, before he could finish his sentence, a purple-robed figure appeared in front of him at an unbelievable speed like a ghost. The former's pupils contracted as a terrifying and overbearing energy froze the space around him. The purple-robed youth's resolute and determined face appeared before his eyes. He could already clearly see the faint golden and frighteningly sharp cold light in the other party's eyes. Bang! A low muffled sound rang out. Almost everyone present had yet to recover from their shock. Only a few people were able to clearly see what had happened. Following the low muffled sound, the youth's body was directly sent flying. Clang! The youth's sword fell to the ground as his body was directly sent flying. While he was in midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Finally, he landed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble and gravel to shoot out. The sound of energy reverberated throughout the square. At this moment, all the senior students were startled before shock surged into their eyes. Zhou Yinglan, Zhang Jian and the other two's gazes suddenly changed as they trembled violently. This brat is not simple. Even Min Yuqi is no match for him. Let's attack together. After Zhang Jian and the other two youths' expressions changed, the three of them surged with chilling auras. Immediately, their figures flashed and surrounded Du Xiaofu. The three of you working together? Du Xiaofu slightly raised his head. His tone was indifferent but chilling. His tone was neither fast nor slow. The profound energy on his body surged as a golden light began to envelop him. You dare to make a move against us? You're courting death. Zhang Jian's eyes suddenly emitted a chilling aura. The moment he finished speaking, his face turned solemn. An earth-shattering profound energy surged out from his body along with runes. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst forth. His cultivation was at the peak of the perfect pulsation realm. He probably had 1 foot in the spiritual pulse realm. Take care of this brat. The remaining youth dressed in luxurious clothes and Senior Zhu moved at the same time. Their profound energy surged and runes flashed, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Their auras weren't much weaker than Zhang Jian's. The three of them didn't hold back and Min Yuqi was severely injured in a single strike. The purple-robed youth before them was definitely terrifying. Since they were able to become official students of Tianwu Academy, they definitely weren't idiots. At this moment, the three of them were well aware of the situation. Otherwise, given their pride, they wouldn't have joined forces to deal with a youth who was still wet behind the ears. Stalwart Star Fist! Phoenix Sun Palm! Tianzhu Seal! Zhang Jian and the other two bellowed and attacked with all their might. The three of them could tell the severity of the situation and the other party's strength. A fist imprint, a palm imprint, and a seal imprint were formed. 3 extraordinary martial techniques were formed. Hong Long Long! 3 frightening martial techniques were condensed. Symbols flickered and the sound waves were like deafening thunder. The frightening aura of the three of them was sufficient to cause the hearts of the new students and honorary students not far away to palpitate. Those with weaker strength had already been suppressed by the pressure until their bodies trembled in fear. Chapter 218. 3 terrifying martial techniques enveloped and crushed. Dazzling runes flickered and exploded. The light was dazzling, and the runes seemed to contain a terrifying, profound power. These 3 people were definitely extraordinary. Although they were all at the level of perfection of the pulsation realm, if they were outside, even if they couldn't directly defeat a cultivator at the beginning of the pulsation realm, they would probably be able to contend with a cultivator at the beginning of the pulsation realm. At this moment, although the 3 of them didn't use the power of the pulsation soul, they were definitely going all out. In an instant, Du Xiaofu was enveloped by the 3 terrifying martial techniques, and he was about to be crushed and killed. Under the terrifying might, the gazes of Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, Sun Ji and the rest in the distance trembled. They were also on tenterhooks for Du Xiaofu, and their hearts were in their throats. Those were the seniors of the 3 academies. Could the purple-robed youth withstand the combined attack of the 3 seniors? It was a long story, but the process was actually as fast as lightning. Du Xiaofu was instantly enveloped. Not bad. Looking at the 3 martial techniques that were crushing towards him, Du Xiaofu said indifferently. However, as someone who had even killed a cultivator at the Nirvana realm of the pulsation realm, Du Xiaofu naturally wouldn't take the 3 of them too seriously at this moment. A surge of pale golden light suddenly erupted around him. Boom! The pale golden light was dazzling and shot up into the sky. The runes on Du Xiaofu's skin flickered, and a domineering and fierce aura suddenly spread out from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Fuyao Heaven shaking wings, destroy! Opening his hand, the pale golden runes flickered and rushed out. In an instant, with Du Xiaofu's body as the center, an arc-shaped golden space dent spread out and swept fiercely towards the three terrifying martial techniques. Whoosh! The golden runes were densely packed, layer upon layer, like the golden wings of a golden-winged rock spreading out and sweeping across, enough to suppress and destroy everything. Rumble! The terrifying collision was on the verge of breaking out. A storm of energy erupted, and the energy directly exploded at the point of collision. The dazzling and terrifying energy released a dazzling light, and the power it carried formed a storm in the square, sweeping everything. Crushed stones flew everywhere, and everyone had no choice but to retreat. Tap 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 tap! Amidst the storm of energy, Zhang Jian and the other two were forced to retreat, their eyes filled with shock. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's body only shook slightly. Then, golden light continued to surge out from his body. Mysterious runes spread out from the surface of his body and covered his whole body. Golden light glittered. It looked solemn and sacred, but it also revealed a domineering and fierce aura. Since strength is everything, then I will use my strength to seek justice today, Du Xiaofu shouted. His whole body was wrapped in golden light, and he directly rushed towards Zhang Jian, who had not yet stabilized his body. He used the wave-like carefree steps to move as fast as a god, which was wonderful and mysterious. Golden light shone. Wherever Du Xiaofu's body passed, the golden light would explode, and there would be a muffled rumble in the space. The overbearing and fierce rune energy swept out. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Zhang Jian in an instant, and a palm print shot out. Every move contained a mysterious profound move, and it burst out with runes, directly enveloping Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian, who had not yet stabilized his body, was even more shocked. Although he tried his best to dodge, he found that the terrifying purple-robed youth was like a shadow following him, like a maggot in a tarsal bone. There was no way to dodge at all. The opponent's casual attack seemed to contain profound mysteries, and directly sealed him. Then, the palm print fell on his body. Runes surged, and a huge force poured out, and his body was directly sent flying. Bang! Zhang Jian's body was sent flying, and he heavily fell in the distance. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and it seemed that his internal organs had been shattered. Many of his ribs were broken, and it was impossible for him to get up. Too terrifying! This level of strength is simply astonishing! The onlookers, the new and old students, as well as the registered students, were all shocked speechless when they saw the scene in front of them. The purple-robed youth's performance was too shocking. This kid is too terrifying. We need to use all our strength to deal with him. The well-dressed youth and senior Zhu stabilized their bodies. They looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with fear. They gritted their teeth, and their hands were rapidly forming seals. Woo! The well-dressed youth communicated with his martial vein, and activated his vein spirit. Runes bloomed, and suddenly, a strange demonic beast shadow of several feet in size appeared behind him. Its head was like a fierce bird, but its body was like a tiger, and its aura was extremely terrifying. Roar! Behind Senior Zhu, the runes were dazzling. He communicated with his martial vein, and what condensed was a demonic beast shadow that looked like a cow. Its aura was extraordinary, and ordinary demonic beasts could not be compared to it. Rumble! The two demonic beast shadows rushed toward Du Xiaofu, and the rune's light shrouded the air. The light was dazzling, and the momentum was terrifying. The square trembled, and the space was constantly rumbling. Destroy! Du Xiaofu's body moved horizontally, and the golden light was shining. He waved his fists, and the fist's radiance wrapped in the golden runes rushed out. It was like two dragons coming out of the sea, and the domineering and fierce pressure broke out, and immediately suppressed the two demonic beasts with vain spirit. The two huge demonic beast shadows, like living creatures, looked at Du Xiaofu, and for some reason, their eyes were filled with fear. Du Xiaofu's two fists fell on the two demonic beast shadows at the same time, and with the strength of his body, he forcibly pushed forward and destroyed everything. Rumble! The two fists were like two bombs that exploded on the two demonic beast shadows. The runes bloomed, and the light was dazzling. The rumbling sound of the space resounded in the square. Walala! The two demonic beast shadows did not stay in a stalemate for long, and were directly shattered. The space was trembling, and the air was filled with a series of sonic booms. Pucci! The vain spirit was shattered, and the young man in fine clothes and Senior Zhu spat out blood, and their bodies were shaken back. The two's eyes were filled with fear. The purple-robed young man was too terrifying. He had been crushing them with brute force, and he had suppressed all their means with brute force. In the face of absolute power, all the big means were superfluous. Today, I will take back justice by myself. Du Xiaofu sneered, and his body did not stop at all. The domineering and terrifying aura suddenly burst out, and with the carefree steps, he appeared in front of Senior Zhu like a ghost. The 5 fingers of his right hand were clenched, and a fist was directly bombarded on Senior Zhu's lower abdomen. Bang! The deep sound of the explosion resounded, and the violent wind was scattered. In the invisible force, Senior Zhu's body suddenly retreated, and after a few steps, his body collapsed on the ground. Bang! Not far away, the young man in fine clothes also did not escape. Similarly, a fist bombarded his lower abdomen like a ghost, directly destroying his weak defensive profound spirit. Pucci! The young man in fine clothes spurted out blood, and his blood was mixed with broken organs. Then, his body went limp and collapsed on the ground. My divine watchtower, you destroyed my divine watchtower. No, how could you destroy my divine watchtower? The young man in fine clothes and Senior Zhu, who collapsed on the ground, wailed. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their mournful voices resounded through the square. At that moment, the two of them discovered that their divine watchtowers had been mercilessly destroyed by the purple-robed young man. As cultivators, when their divine watchtowers were destroyed, they instantly became crippled. It was simply worse than death. Brat, you dare to destroy my divine watchtower! I swear I will make your life worse than death. I will not let you go! The young man in fine clothes wailed. His gaze was filled with incomparable hatred as he looked at Du Xiaofu. At that moment, his future had been completely destroyed. Du Xiaofu arrived beside the young man in fine clothes who was wailing. Killing intent surged out from his eyes, and the corner of his mouth slowly raised into a cold smile. It was a smile filled with absolute killing intent, and it also contained a trace of disdain and ridicule. During the training in the Savage Beast Mountain Range and the pursuit in the dark forest not long ago, Du Xiaofu's cold and iron-blooded character had been tempered. No matter if it was the martial Tao or the Tao of talismans, they were not the Tao of mercy. Sometimes too much mercy was cruelty to oneself. When faced with the cruelty of one's enemy, the only way to completely destroy them was to be even more cruel than them. You kicked my brother! This kick is for my brother. As for you not letting me go, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. After shouting, Du Xiaofu heavily stepped on the young man in fine clothes' lower abdomen. Crack! Crack! Under the impact of the terrifying force, the young man's body was fiercely stomped into the ground by Du Xiaofu. His head and legs were slightly raised, his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets, and he couldn't spit out any more blood. His vitality was gradually fading away, and his death was extremely shocking. At this moment, Minyuchi, the young man who was the first to be sent flying by Du Xiaofu, struggled to stand up a few tens of meters away. He gazed at everything that was happening around him with a terrified gaze. At this moment, perhaps he finally understood exactly what sort of maleficent existence he'd offended this time. Flee! Minyuchi's gaze trembled violently, and he immediately fled with all his might. If he stayed here, then he would probably suffer the same fate as the young man in fine clothes. You still owe justice. You can't escape! Du Xiaofu waved his hand behind him. The sword that had fallen from Minucci's hand started to tremble violently, and then it was directly pulled into Du Xiaofu's palm by a suction force. Suddenly, light golden profound chi wrapped around the sword and threw it out. Swish! Swish! The sword tore through the sky. Enveloped in a faint golden radiance, the airflow in the air was swept away. The tyrannical force caused the airflow to distort, and ear-piercing sonic booms resounded continuously. Du Xiaofu threw the sword through the air, and when it brushed past Minucci's head, blood spurted into the sky, along with his skin and flesh. Ah! Minucci screamed in agony. The skin on his left cheek and his left ear were sliced off by his own sword. The intense pain pierced his heart, and blood spurted out from his mouth. Return! With a wave of Du Xiaofu's purple robe, the treasured sword returned to Du Xiaofu's palm, and his figure appeared in front of Minucci. This is Tianwu Academy. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who had appeared once again, Minucci screamed in agony as he retreated. He looked at the purple-robed young man as though he was looking at the Grim Reaper. Du Xiaofu didn't say a word. Instead, he sneered and swung his sword down with a golden radiance. Ah! The blood-curdling screams sent chills down one's spine. Minucci's right ear and skin were sliced off by Du Xiaofu's sword. His skin and flesh were splattered across his neck, revealing his bones. It was an extremely cruel sight. You said it yourself that strength is everything. Before me, you're nothing more than an ant. I'll take justice for myself, and you'll have to pay for it. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished his words, killing intent surged. The sword in his hand pierced through Minucci's abdomen, and a sword gleam shot out, piercing through his abdomen all the way to his back. Pung! Minucci's body fell to the ground, and his pupils contracted. His expression was horrifying, as though he couldn't believe that the purple-robed young man dared to kill him in the academy. Furthermore, the purple-robed young man died under his own sword. Next chapter. Brothers. It's 7 again today, and there are 4 more fresh flowers than the previous time. Does everyone really want Xiao Yu's heart to shatter? It's 3:30 in the morning. Let's not talk anymore. I'm really going to cry. Will Xiao Yu be able to receive your consolation before he wakes up tomorrow afternoon? Otherwise, it'll be even more painful than being pierced by Xiao Bing. I beg for consolation, I beg for love. Chapter 219. Everyone was dumbstruck. When Minucci's screams completely disappeared into the air, the surrounding square was dead silent. Even the sound of heartbeats could be heard clearly. Dead, Minucci and the other 2 were killed. Murder, someone killed someone in the academy. Heavens, that purple-robed youth actually killed someone in the academy. After the dead silence, the surrounding gazes were filled with fear. The older students who had gathered in 2s and 3s were also dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Within the academy, no one was allowed to take another's life. Even in the Peace Square, no one was allowed to take another's life. And now, the purple-robed youth in front of them had actually killed someone in the academy, 1 at a time, and 2 at that, without any mercy. Brat, you dared to kill someone, the enforcement team will definitely kill you on the spot. Zhang Jian crawled up, his mouth full of blood, his face ferocious and filled with fear. His hand seals continuously condensed and changed, quickly connecting to his martial vein. Hula! The runes in the sky surged, the light dazzling. In a short instant, a flying vein spirit phantom, several zhang in size, appeared behind Zhang Jian. The head of this vein spirit was like a tiger, but not a tiger, like an eagle, but not an eagle. However, the body was like a giant bird, covered in feathers, its might covering the entire square. Zhang Jian's vein spirit is the flying tiger demonic eagle, a powerful monster on the earth beast ranking. Seeing Zhang Jian connect to his martial vein and activate his vein spirit, the surrounding students, both old and new, exclaimed. A monster at the level of the flying tiger demonic eagle was an extremely powerful existence. Du Xiaofu's gaze curiously landed on the meridian spirit that Zhang Jian had activated. The flying tiger demonic eagle was not a low-level demonic beast. It seemed to have a trace of bloodline relationship with the king's scaled demonic tiger. "Brat, just you wait to be killed by the enforcement team." Zhang Jian looked at the two corpses on the ground, and the young man whose spiritual watchtower had been destroyed. He did not even care about Zhou Yinglan anymore. Compared to beauties, his own life was more important. Instantly, he leapt onto the back of his flying tiger demonic eagle vein spirit phantom, planning to fly away. As a pulsation realm cultivator, they had yet to attain the ability to fly in the air. However, some flying pulse soul cultivators were able to do so. They could use the flying pulse soul to soar into the air. However, unless it was a critical moment, martial cultivators with flight meridian souls would not communicate with their martial veins and urge their arterial souls to play. After all, the price for doing so was enormous. To any cultivator, the vein soul would not be activated unless they were at the final juncture. "You want to leave?" Du Xiaofu's spirit phantom spirit, Zhang's spirit phantom, Zhang's demonic eagle vein spirit phantom bang. 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 Boom. Boom. When's to the last to fly, he, like his sky he and 2-3 Li. "Get down!" With a thunderous roar, Du Xiaofu displayed his might. His body jumped dozens of meters into the air, and a fist imprint wrapped in golden talisman inscriptions directly struck the flying tiger demonic eagle vein spirit phantom's abdomen. The terrifying power of the runes contained an indescribably domineering energy. It directly destroyed the flying tiger demonic eagle's abdomen, shattering the entire flying tiger demonic eagle vein spirit phantom. Boom! Boom! The runes that filled the sky bloomed like fireworks. It was incomparably gorgeous, and behind this gorgeous display, there was a terrifying energy that swept out like a storm. Bang! Du Xiaofu's body, wrapped in a golden halo, fell from the air like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. The ground shook violently, and where his feet landed, the ground began to crack. Walala! A large area of the bluestone floor was swept away, shooting into the sky. It was so soul-shaking, so violent, and terrifying. Puchi! The vain spirit phantom was destroyed by Du Xiaofu. Zhang Jian spat out blood from the air and heavily fell to the ground, falling right in front of Du Xiaofu. "Justice is in strength. You still owe me justice." Du Xiaofu's fist smashed down. Zhang Jian's pupils contracted as the fist grew larger and larger in his eyes. Accompanied by a dazzling golden halo, a deep sense of fear climbed up from his soul. Then, a muffled sound of pain came from the spirit watchtower. A domineering and terrifying energy directly rushed into his body, destroying the spirit watchtower and breaking the surrounding meridians. "My spirit watchtower! Ah!" Zhang Jian wailed miserably. His mournful voice reverberated in the square, causing one's heart to palpitate. "Too dead and too crippled. What a ruthless youth! Too terrifying. Where did that purple-robed youth come from? He's actually so fierce, and his methods are so savage. In the future, don't ever provoke that kid. He's even more savage than the most ruthless fellows on the martial roll. At the very least, the most ruthless fellows on the martial roll wouldn't kill people in the academy. But this purple-robed youth actually dared to kill people in the academy." Regardless of whether it was the freshmen or the seniors, everyone's eyes were lifeless. The registered students who came along were even more shocked at this moment. No one had expected such an outcome. That purple-robed youth called Du Xiaofu was so powerful, and his methods were so savage. Sun Ji's eyes moved, and his eyes were moist. The two seniors who had attacked him were directly killed, and the other two seniors had their martial veins destroyed. He knew best that his third brother was helping him kill people. His third brother was angry for him, and was desperately seeking justice for him. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the square. He bent down and unceremoniously took out 4 qiankun bags and point cards from the 2 corpses and 2 crippled people. He kept the qiankun bags, and plundered the points from the 4 point cards into his own point card. "Walala!" After Du Xiaofu plundered Jin Yanbing's points, there were already close to 6,000 points on his point card. After plundering the points of these 4 people, the point card in his hand had already shot up to 43,300 points. The entire square was now enveloped by an unusually oppressive aura for no reason. Under this pressure, it was as if time had become exceptionally slow, and the air was filled with a savage and bloody aura. Everyone looked at Du Xiaofu's actions, but no one dared to make a sound. They held their breaths, and quietly watched everything unfold. Their bodies were involuntarily trembling. Zhou Yinglan was also watching everything. Her delicate face was deathly pale, and the elegant demeanor on her beautiful face was completely gone. Only fear was left in her eyes. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu turned around. His gaze fell on Zhou Yinglan, who was trembling in the distance. Step by step he walked towards her. Zhou Yinglan retreated step by step. Her entire body was trembling as she looked at the purple-robed youth. Her gaze was as if she had seen a ghost, and fear crawled out from her soul. Every time the purple-robed youth took a step forward, her heart would violently tremble, and the fear in her soul would become even more intense. However, Du Xiaofu's speed was clearly much faster than hers. The profound energy beneath his feet surged, and it was as if the ground had shrunk to an inch. In a few steps, he had already arrived before her. As her pupils contracted, Zhou Yinglan could already clearly see the faint golden light in the other party's pitch-black eyes. It was overbearing and fierce, and it was filled with a chilling intent. That chilling intent made her heart fall into an ice cave, and her entire body couldn't help but tremble. "No, don't kill me, don't!" Zhou Yinglan shook her head, and her delicate body trembled. She didn't know why, but the pressure made it difficult for her to move. There was only a chilling intent in the youth's eyes. It was simply not the gaze that other men used to look at her. This was the first time she had seen such a gaze, and it caused her heart to tremble. "Hand over your points card," Du Xiaofu softly said as he looked at Zhou Yinglan. His tone was indifferent. "I'll hand it over, I'll hand it over. I didn't steal his points on purpose, they stole it from me." Zhou Yinglan trembled violently. Trembling, she took out the points card in her hand and handed it to Du Xiaofu. "Fourth brother, he stole your points. Take it back with double." Du Xiaofu took Zhou Yinglan's points card, and directly threw it to Sun Ji, who was standing at the side. Sun Ji nodded his head, and began to steal the points card. In a short period of time, the originally 0 points card had reached 13,000 points. "Don't kill me, I've already handed over my points card. Don't kill me, as long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want me to do." Zhou Yinglan shook her head repeatedly. Her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Du Xiaofu. Then, there seemed to be something rippling in those fearful eyes. This time, Zhou Yinglan was absolutely terrified. She stared at the sword on the ground. She didn't want to end up like that. As long as she didn't die, she was willing to pay any price. Zhou Yinglan was confident in her looks and body. In Tianwu Academy, there were countless people who coveted her looks and body. Remember, don't bully honest people and the weak in the future. You'll never know who's backing them up. As Du Xiaofu spoke, his eyes turned cold. A faint golden glow flickered in his hand as he smashed it down on the terrified Zhou Yinglan. The sudden burst of ferocious aura didn't show the slightest bit of mercy just because Zhou Yinglan was a woman. "Stop it! Stop it right now! Brothers, thank you for comforting Xiaoyu. When I woke up, I was a little excited. The number of fresh flowers had finally increased for the first time this month. Thank you." Xiaoyu continued to write. Working hard to update is the most important thing. Chapter 220. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. However, just as Du Xiaofu was about to make his move, a loud shout suddenly came from midair. The shout was accompanied by surging mystical energy, causing the eardrums of the students present to hurt. In that instant, Zhou Yinglan's horrified gaze was suddenly filled with joy, seeing a chance of survival amidst her despair. Boom! However, Du Xiaofu had no intention of stopping. His fist still landed viciously on Zhou Yinglan's lower abdomen, overbearing mystical energy bursting forth. Pfft! Zhou Yinglan spat out fresh blood. The joy in her eyes was once again covered by despair. She could clearly feel the God's gate in her body being destroyed, her meridians crumbling. Everything was happening in the direction she least wanted to happen. Why is it like this? No! Her delicate body wilted, her gaze filled with resentment and unwillingness. Zhou Yinglan's body fell limply to the ground. How dare you kill a student? You're courting death! In a flash, an extremely powerful runic energy flashed out from midair, instantly appearing above Du Xiaofu's head. Du Xiaofu had long sensed it. Waving his hand, his fist wrapped in golden talisman patterns, he directly struck towards the runic energy. Bang! The powerful energy exploded with a muffled sound. A dazzling light shot into the sky, and vast spatial ripples spread out like giant waves. Thump thump! This time, Du Xiaofu's body trembled slightly, and he was instantly forced back a step. With a stomp of his foot he shattered a large piece of the bluestone floor, turning it into fine powder. Pfft! A figure in midair was also forced back, then landed on the ground. His feet brushed against the ground, and he was forced back several meters before he could stabilize his body. The one who attacked was a well-built young man who was at least 8 feet tall. His forehead was wide, and his eyes were large and black. His gaze was fierce, and the pattern on his forehead was like the pattern on the forehead of a tiger. His entire body exuded a ferocious aura. Roar! In midair, a huge flying leopard demon beast flapped its wings and roared, its ferocious aura sweeping out. It was already a Pulse Realm Nirvana Realm demon beast. Whoosh whoosh! Another 6 silhouettes jumped down from the back of the flying demonic beast and landed around Du Xiaofu, wrapping him up in their midst. There were a total of 7 youths, and all of them had sharp auras. This kind of sharpness was tinged with blood. It was impossible for a person who had never killed before to possess such a sharp aura. The 7 of them landed on the ground. The first thing they saw was the bloody scene around them. Their eyes trembled. The scene around them was extremely bloody and ferocious. It's the law enforcement team, led by Tai Hu. Tai Hu has come out of seclusion in the Heaven Martial Talisman realm. His strength should have increased by quite a bit. That's a fellow ranked 99 on the martial roll. I'm afraid his ranking will continue to rise after he exits seclusion. Following the arrival of the 7 young men, the surrounding senior students' gazes immediately surged with reverence. The law enforcement team was an existence that all the new and old students revered. There weren't many members in the law enforcement team, and there were probably only about 100 of them in the entire Tianwu Academy. However, among these 100 people, at least half of them were experts on the martial roll, while the rest were the elites among the students. Every single one of them had a cultivation base that wasn't to be trifled with. It's that brat. It's that Du Xiaofu. He's trying to rebel. A voice sounded from not far away. With the support of 2 young men, Jin Yanbing came over with a pale face. He looked at Du Xiaofu's figure in the plaza from afar and shouted. His eyes were filled with resentment and pain. He was the one who called for the law enforcement team. Du Xiaofu, did you do all this? The first robust and ferocious young man retracted his gaze from the ferocious scene and looked at Du Xiaofu. He thought to himself, what did this brat do? 3 cripples and 2 deaths. No one has ever dared to be so arrogant in the academy. Initial Pulse Spirit Realm. Du Xiaofu looked at the robust and ferocious young man. From the discussions in the surroundings, he could tell the identity of the other party. His face darkened slightly as he replied indifferently. I did it. My name is Tai Hu. I'm currently ranked 99 on the martial roll. I'm the captain of the 10th team of the law enforcement team. Hearing this, Tai Hu didn't seem too surprised. The truth was already in front of him. He raised his head slightly and looked at Du Xiaofu. With a tone that brooked no refusal, he said, Then surrender and follow us back to receive your punishment. The law enforcement team is here. Sun Ji, Wu Qingfeng, and Jiang Wei's expressions immediately turned serious as they stared at the scene in front of them. In the messy plaza, Du Xiaofu looked at Tai Hu and straightened his body. He asked, "Why should I go with you? Give me a reason. The law enforcement team doesn't need a reason to take you away. However, since you've asked, I'll make an exception and tell you since you're the first person who dared to kill a student in the academy." Tai Hu looked at Du Xiaofu with a cold gaze. No one had ever dared to act so recklessly in the academy. He didn't care about the academy's rules at all. He said in a deep voice, "Killing a student in the academy is a serious crime. This alone is enough for the law enforcement team to take you away. You will also pay an absolute price for your actions today. I only want justice. They said that strength is everything, so how can they blame me? I don't think I've done anything wrong, so I won't go with you. You can go back now," Du Xiaofu said indifferently. His voice was rather calm. "Brat, you're courting death." The 6 young men around him shouted as they unsheathed their weapons. Sharp auras flashed as their profound energy began to surge. "All of you, leave!" Tai Hu frowned as he looked at the 5 senior students who were dead and crippled. He waved his hand, indicating for the 6 young men to leave. He then looked at Du Xiaofu as the king mark on his forehead rippled. He said, "I know you have some ability, but I'm afraid you're still lacking if you want to be arrested in front of the law enforcement team." Du Xiaofu paid no attention to Tai Hu. He waved his hand slightly, and the faint golden glow around him instantly enveloped him like a halo. He said, "Actually, I really want to know how strong the people on the martial rankings are. If you have the ability, then take me with you. Otherwise, I'll blast you away." Looking at the golden halo enveloping Du Xiaofu's body and the faint tyrannical aura rippling, some astonishment finally flashed across Tai Hu's eyes. As a true expert on the martial ranking, Tai Hu definitely didn't rely on his pride and arrogance to step onto the martial ranking. He could feel the other party's strength. At this moment, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body even made him feel as oppressive as the other fellows on the martial ranking. How could I be timid before this brat? When facing an enemy, I cannot be timid. Otherwise, it will create a demonic barrier in my path of cultivation. I must take down this brat. Otherwise, there will be a shadow in my path of cultivation in the future. If I can take him down, my comprehension and mental state will likely improve quite a bit. Bang! Feeling a little uneasy in his heart, Tai Hu knew that he could not delay any longer. Immediately, an earthen yellow light circle surged out from his tall and muscular body. It was just like a light circle that enveloped his body. His powerful aura shook the space around him, causing it to tremble unceasingly. "I admire your courage, but you'll regret it soon." As his body was enveloped by the earthen yellow halo of profound energy, Tai Hu's foot heavily stomped on the plaza. After that, his body charged towards Du Xiaofu like a real tiger, and the powerful energy he brought along swept across the sky. Cultivating the physical body, huh? Looking at Tai Hu who was charging towards him, Du Xiaofu's gaze faintly raised. It was very obvious that Tai Hu was also a powerful cultivator of the physical body. Profound energy surged from the soles of his feet as he activated the wave-like free steps. The surrounding rubble and dust surged, and his figure was like a golden afterimage as he fiercely collided with Tai Hu. The two of them pounced like lightning. Just as the two of them were about to collide, both of them threw out a punch at the same time. Two fists wrapped in runes collided with each other in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Such a collision produced a muffled sound like thunder. The two of them separated upon contact and were simultaneously blasted away. Du Xiaofu's body staggered back 3 steps. 3 deep footprints appeared under his feet, and the surrounding limestone floor turned into fine powder. Chi la la! Tai Hu's body rubbed against the ground as he was blasted back several meters. Wherever he passed, the ground cracked. When he looked at Du Xiaofu again, Tai Hu had already gradually retracted his gaze. His eyes were filled with graveness. His opponent was actually able to fight him with brute force without being at a disadvantage. One had to know that even those who were ranked higher than him on the martial ranking wouldn't dare to clash with his physical body. This fellow is very strong. As expected of a student of Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. Tai Hu's cultivation was at the initial spirit vein realm. However, compared to those initial spirit vein realm cultivators from the Black Fiend sect, Tai Hu was much stronger. He wasn't someone that those ordinary initial spirit vein realm cultivators from the Black Fiend sect could compare with. Tai Hu's strength was sufficient for him to fight someone of a higher realm than him. His physical body is also very strong. I'm afraid that the cultivation technique he cultivates is also extraordinary. After exchanging blows, Du Xiaofu could feel that Tai Hu's physical body was terrifyingly strong. However, although Du Xiaofu was surprised, he wasn't afraid of Tai Hu's physical body at all. As for the strength of his physical body, he hadn't used his full strength earlier. In the next instant, the domineering aura around Du Xiaofu grew denser and denser. A majestic aura also began to tremble around his body. Faint golden runes began to flicker on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body. What a domineering aura! Tai Hu frowned when he sensed Du Xiaofu's aura. The other party's aura gave him a strange feeling. It was as though Tai Hu was a demonic beast king. Chapter 221. I just came out of seclusion not long ago, and my strength has increased by quite a bit. Why would I be afraid of him? He's just a brat who's still wet behind the ears. No, I must defeat him. Tai Hu's heart sank. Facing Du Xiaofu, he forcefully suppressed an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. At this moment, a chill flashed across his eyes. He was an expert on the martial ranking, the captain of the enforcement team. When had anyone ever been so arrogant in front of him? An earthen yellow profound energy surged out from his body, and a powerful aura began to expand around his body. As the runes flashed, the surrounding space began to tremble. Brat, continue. Let me see just how much strength you have. With a deep and cold shout, boundless profound energy surged out from his body. A yellow light flashed under Tai Hu's feet, and he stomped on the ground. Like a ferocious tiger, his body pounced forward, and a palm print accompanied by surging runes slammed down. Steel Tiger Seal! The runes flashed, and the light was dazzling. The pressure expanded, and the palm print seemed to distort the space. The pressuring airflow whizzed over, and the entire space suddenly began to tremble. Tai Hu is going to use his full strength! The surrounding crowd began to hastily retreat. Even the other 6 enforcement team youths did not dare to approach the field. At this moment, Tai Hu had already used his full strength. The aftermath of that power was not something they could withstand. Come! Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. As he smiled, a faint golden light surged in his eyes. At this moment, the pulsation realm profound level aura on his body had already burst out without any concealment. Stormy Waves Palm! A faint golden profound energy suddenly surged around his body. The enormous energy that was suddenly released from Du Xiaofu's body caused the faces of the surrounding spectators to be filled with astonishment. It can't be. This brat is actually only at the pulsation realm profound level. How is this possible? How can a pulsation realm profound level be so powerful? This is too terrifying. Among the spectators in the plaza, many of the older students were naturally able to sense Du Xiaofu's cultivation and aura. The pulsation realm profound level was shocking. The purple-robed youth, who had caused 2 of the older students to die and 3 to be crippled, and who had directly fought against Iron Tiger of the martial ranking, was only at the pulsation realm profound realm. This was too shocking. In a short moment, a palm print and a palm print collided in midair, and a terrifying energy rune spread out like a stormy sea. Boom! When the 2 of them came into contact, the sound of an energy explosion rang out from the point of contact. The palm imprints shattered at the same time. Amidst the turbulent energy fluctuations, the 2 of them separated upon contact. However, the 2 of them immediately clashed again, like 2 ferocious beasts fighting each other. Big Dipper Fist! Tai Hu punched out once again. The yellow rune energy curled around his fist and instantly suppressed Du Xiaofu. The air was directly shattered. Du Xiaofu calmly looked at the ferocious fist. He had no intention of dodging. Oscillating fist! The two forces violently slashed across the space, causing the space ripples to disperse. Finally, the two forces collided in the air. When the two forces collided, the airflow in the air suddenly distorted, and finally, there was a loud bang. Fierce tiger palm! Sky shaker wings! They separated upon contact, and the two of them collided again. From afar, it looked like two rings of light were constantly colliding with each other. The momentum was terrifying. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of sonic booms rang out incessantly. The rune light was dazzling, and violent energy shot out. Chi la la! The two of them collided several times. They did not dodge and were both forced back again. Deng deng! Du Xiaofu was forced back a few steps. The ground was filled with dust, and he seemed to be getting braver as he fought. Refreshing, it's been a long time since I've felt so refreshed. This kind of powerful collision gave Du Xiaofu an indescribable feeling of contentment. His entire body felt indescribably comfortable. What a terrifying physical strength! How can it be so strong? Tai Hu's expression changed in shock. In such a brutal collision where the strength of the physical body was the main factor, his initial meridian spirit stage cultivation was actually unable to gain any advantage over the purple-robed youth who was at the profound pulse stage. Du Xiaofu's physical strength was too terrifying. It was probably comparable to the most powerful freaks on the martial ranking. More and more spectators gathered. The commotion here was not ordinary. It was unknown when, but a large crowd had already gathered. Both of them are so strong! Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Everyone could feel the strength of the two people in the arena. I didn't expect you to have such terrifying strength at the profound pulse realm. Your talent is really powerful. Tai Hu looked at Du Xiaofu and said. His tone was very sincere. He was very clear on this point. If they were at the same cultivation level, he would definitely not be able to contend against Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's talent was definitely stronger than his. You're not weak at the initial pulse spirit realm. You shouldn't have many opponents at the same cultivation level. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. As an expert on the martial ranking, Tai Hu was indeed extraordinary in his own way. It's a pity that your cultivation level is not high enough. It's too difficult for you to fight against those at a higher cultivation level. As his voice faded, Tai Hu immediately stomped on the ground, before his body rose into the air. Floating in the air, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, There's a chasm between you and me after all. A chasm that you're unable to cross. Your martial skills are also not high enough. In the end, there's still a gap between you and me. Gazing at Tai Hu, who was floating in the air, many gazes in the surroundings surged with envy. Floating in the air was something that only Pulse Spirit Realm experts could truly achieve. It was also one of the hallmarks of the Pulse Spirit Realm. It was the symbolic difference between the Pulse Spirit Realm and the Pulse Spirit Realm. It also represented the absolute difference in strength. The difference between the Pulse Spirit Realm and the Pulse Spirit Realm, even the difference between the peak of the perfect Pulse Spirit Realm and the Pulse Spirit Realm, was much greater than any of the previous stages. Hand seals condensed in Tai Hu's hands. Dazzling runes flashed as a terrifying aura began to envelop the sky. Faintly, winds and clouds began to surge in the surrounding space. Even the energy of the world was affected. Rumble! Tai Hu's entire body began to shine with dazzling light. Runes densely covered his body as his aura grew more and more ferocious. Suddenly, as Tai Hu's hand seals changed and condensed, the runes converged. It was as if a bright moon had descended. The light was dazzling as the area grew larger and larger. Whoosh! Terrifying energy fluctuations poured down like a waterfall. The light rays intertwined to form a huge net. It was incomparably resplendent, and the pressure was enough to make one's heart tremble. Tiger splits the mountains and rivers. Tai Hu is going to use his ultimate move. Back then, Tai Hu used this move to completely injure his opponent. In the end, he relied on his pulse spirit to suppress his opponent and step onto the martial ranking. Can that youth called Du Xiaofu still resist? He can't be that heaven-defying, right? Amidst many shocked voices, Tai Hu condensed his final hand seal. The energy runes in front of him exploded. Pushing his hands forward, he shouted, "Tiger splits the mountains and rivers!" Boom! As the shout rang out, rune energy erupted. The space trembled violently, and the huge rune energy ball swooped down to envelop Du Xiaofu. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out from it, causing the space to shake violently. Roar! The rune energy spread out and suddenly turned into a huge energy tiger. It was like a living creature. The tiger's roar was like thunder, and it hovered in everyone's ears. Endless runes radiated from the tiger's body. It was like a burning flame. The tiger pounced on its prey, suppressing Du Xiaofu. At this moment, the space energy in the sky rippled. The huge energy tiger bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was as if it wanted to tear the mountains and rivers apart. Its power was unparalleled. How terrifying! At this moment, the weaker students felt the terrifying power from afar. Their bodies went weak, their faces were pale, and the profound energy in their bodies was blocked. The ferocious tiger swept down. At this moment, Du Xiaofu also moved. His hand seals had long been formed. His deep eyes flashed with a lightning-like light. His purple robe fluttered. With his body as the center, cracks continuously spread from his feet. Just as the energy tiger pounced over, a loud shout suddenly came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. Roar! His shout was like a dragon's roar, like a divine elephant's cry. At this moment, the ferocious tiger that could tear the mountains and rivers apart suddenly trembled, as if it felt a great fear. Destroy! Du Xiaofu's shout was like thunder, like the sound of Sanskrit chanting. The mysterious runes on the runes released ripples. They turned into countless palm seals at lightning speed, and gathered together to form a fist. He took a step forward, and his strength rose from the ground. In a flash, his fist smashed into the ferocious mouth of the energy tiger that was crushing down. At this moment, the earth rumbled, and the space trembled. An overbearing aura surged, unparalleled, and looked down on everything. It was as if it could suppress all things and destroy all life. Rumble! Suddenly, a thunderous muffled sound of energy resounded in the sky above the square. The third watch ends today. Tomorrow, Xiaoyu will continue to erupt. Chapter 222. The next instant, that ferocious energy tiger phantom that could tear mountains and rivers apart was unable to tear apart Du Xiaofu's fist imprint. Instead, starting from its malevolent head, it was directly destroyed by the terrifying aura contained within Du Xiaofu's fist imprint, smashing it into runes that filled the sky. In a split second, terrifying energy ripples abruptly swept out like raging waves. At the heart of the energy storm, an energy vortex also appeared in the air, as if it could devour everything within. Whoosh! Energy swept out, the space reversing. The aftermath of the energy caused the scalps of those watching from afar to turn numb, their hairs standing on end. Everything happened extremely quickly. Then, the energy storm that had swept out like a storm gradually came to a halt. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, on the square, with Du Xiaofu at its center, where the energy storm had passed, large swathes of the square's stone slabs were turned into fine powder. Dust filled the air, covering the sky and covering the sun. Chi 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 chi. Tai, whose body staggered in a straight line as he was jolted backwards in midair. When he steadied himself, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. What kind of martial technique had the other used just now, to actually be able to suppress and destroy his tiger splits mountains and rivers? This was almost impossible. Even those terrifying fellows ranked high on the martial ranking would find it difficult to do so. His tiger splits mountains and rivers was already of an extremely high rank among the spiritual level martial techniques, and its power was immense. Add to that his own understanding of the demonic tigers profound, which complemented each other, He was able to push the tiger split's mountains and rivers to its limits. However, it had still been forcefully suppressed and destroyed just now. That punch seemed to contain a will that could suppress all living things. It was too terrifying. That brat managed to withstand it. Tai Hu's tiger splits mountains and rivers was also unable to do anything to Du Xiaofu. What a strong youth, too frightening. The gazes all around were filled with shock. The older students knew best how strong Tai Hu was, and were the most shocked at this moment. Although the other 6 youths in the square had already retreated, they still faintly formed a large encirclement around Du Xiaofu. At this moment, all 6 of them were tongue-tied. The hearts of the 6 began to waver. If Du Xiaofu wanted to leave at this moment, even Tai Hu couldn't stop him. How could they stop him? Du Xiaofu, good job. Thousands of registered students were excited. Looking at the scene in front of them, their hearts surged and their blood boiled. They were of the same breath and branch. There was someone among the registered students who could contend with the strong cultivators of the law enforcement team. They were proud of it. In Tianwu Academy, there was no other batch of right-in students who could cause such a huge commotion and attract the attention of others. Even if they were to be punished, they had no choice but to accept it. So this is Third Brother's true strength. Among the thousands of registered students, Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji looked at each other with trembling eyes. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It is impossible for him to reach the profound pulse realm. Tai Hu's eyes were dazed and filled with disbelief. It was one thing for him to be suppressed by those high-ranked fellows on the martial ranking. At the very least, those fellows' cultivations were higher than his. The remaining fellows were also at the same level as him. However, Du Xiaofu was only at the profound pulse realm. Yet, he was able to make him feel helpless and even suppressed. This was too monstrous. At the same time, Tai Hu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His hand seals began to form once more. Dazzling runes filled the air. In an instant, the runes in the air began to arrange themselves and condensed into a huge phantom of a demonic tiger. This phantom of a demonic tiger was somewhat similar to the energy tiger from before. There seemed to be an invisible connection between them. At the very least, the pressure they exuded was somewhat similar. The demonic tiger's body glowed with dazzling runes. It was as though it was a real living creature. There was a qualitative difference between the pulse realm and the pulse realm's pulse spirit. Other than being able to fly, the biggest difference between the pulse spirit realm and the pulse spirit realm lay in the pulse spirit realm's pulse spirit. The pulse spirit realm's pulse spirit was already sentient. It was equivalent to a real living creature. This was also the main reason why pulse spirit realm practitioners were unable to contend against pulse spirit realm practitioners. Roar! The demonic tiger let out a long roar. Energy ripples spread out from its body and swept across the sky. It was as though a raging wave had appeared in the air. The huge demonic tiger's movements caused the air to tremble violently. Its pressure was terrifying and terrifying. It swept across the sky, causing the beasts in the distant mountains to go into hibernation. The flying leopard mount in the air hissed and trembled. It almost fell from the sky. Tai Hu stepped into the air. The huge demonic tiger beside him was about to pounce. He stared at Du Xiaofu. His face was pale as he shouted, "Brat, you are really strong. However, you will not be able to defeat me. The gap between the pulse spirit realm and the pulse spirit realm is not something you can cross." Roar! The demonic tiger let out a roar. The sound waves were like waves of air. It was as vast as a tsunami. Then, the tiger pounced on Du Xiaofu. The terrifying energy it brought along swept across the sky. It was as if it covered the sky and covered the earth. It was like a raging wave hitting the shore. It swept across the sky and suppressed down. What a strong pulse spirit! It is definitely comparable to a normal king-scaled demonic tiger. It might even be stronger. Du Xiaofu raised his head. His eyes flickered. This pulse spirit was the sky-shattering, heaven-shaking tiger. Tai Hu's pulse spirit was indeed powerful. It was rumored that among the demonic beasts, the sky-shattering, heaven-shaking tiger was the king of the beasts. When the Tiger King roared, it would shake the mountains and rivers. 10,000 beasts would fight for supremacy. Of course, Du Xiaofu did not care too much about it. He had cultivated the martial arts of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan. He had the Golden-Winged Rock Clan's aura. How could he be afraid of a ferocious tiger? It was said that in ancient times, the Golden-Winged Rock Clan fed on dragons. Among the demonic beasts, the Tiger Clan was the strongest. They were the absolute kings. However, compared to the dragons, there was still a gap. This is too shocking. Tai Hu's comprehension after coming out of seclusion this time is astonishing. He actually comprehended the beast ability of the space-splitting, heaven-shaking tiger to such a level. Compared to last time, he is much stronger. Tai Hu's harvest from his seclusion this time is amazing. As the pulse spirit was activated, those who were familiar with Tai Hu in the distance were astonished. It was really amazing to be able to activate the sky-shattering, heaven-shaking tiger's pulse spirit to such a level. At this moment, Du Xiaofu moved. He raised his head and looked at the huge demon tiger's pulse spirit that was almost in front of him. He was already prepared. Suddenly, the golden light around his body was dazzling. The mysterious runes on his body surged. In this short period of time, a domineering and terrifying aura burst out like a flash flood. The golden light shot up to the sky. Within the golden light, there seemed to be a golden-winged rock flapping its wings. At this moment, it was as if Du Xiaofu's body was about to transform into a golden-winged rock. This was completely different from condensing the pulse spirit. This was the pressure of one's own body. The vague shadow of the golden-winged rock enveloped Du Xiaofu. The mysterious runes on the golden runes were dazzling, like a rising sun. Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed one after another. As his hand seals changed, the runes flowed and shone. Chi chi chi! In an instant, in the dazzling light like the rising sun, the mysterious runes on Du Xiaofu's back arranged and condensed. The golden light flickered and finally condensed into a pair of golden rune wings on Du Xiaofu's back. Boom! A domineering and fierce aura suddenly swept out from Du Xiaofu's body. The mysterious rune wings on his back flapped, and his body suddenly floated in the air. As the wings flapped, flowing light overflowed and filled the air. It was like a rock flapping its wings and soaring to the 9 heavens. What a terrifying aura! Why does it look like a rock? That's a terrifying demonic beast that only exists in legends. Oh my god, is that Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit? How can it borrow the momentum to soar? It doesn't look like a pulse spirit, but it also looks like one. The aura is too terrifying. It doesn't look like a martial technique. How can there be such a terrifying martial technique? Boom, boom, boom! The ferocious demonic tiger swept over and enveloped Du Xiaofu. Under that terrifying aura, it took the lead to shatter the square below Du Xiaofu that had long since been shattered into fine powder. The dust and gravel that were blown into the air shot out violently, the ground cracked open, and the blue stone exploded, continuously turning into fine powder. Rock descends to the 9 heavens! Du Xiaofu activated the rock descends to the 9th heaven. The wings on his back suddenly flapped, and golden light bloomed all over the sky. The airflow whistled through the sky and the momentum was terrifying. Roar! Suddenly, the sky-shattering tiger pulse spirit seemed to feel the aura of fear. It roared and hissed, and the tiger's eyes were faintly fearful. However, under the control of the iron tiger, it still swept over to kill. The tiger's claws were sharp and fierce, and the runes rushed out to tear the sky. Suppress! Du Xiaofu flapped his wings. Rock descends to the 9 heavens was like a real golden-winged rock descending, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan. With a flap of its wings, it swept towards the sky-shattering, heaven-shaking tiger phantom. Du Xiaofu did not understand much of the rock descends to the 9th heaven, but it did not affect his activation at this moment. Originally, Du Xiaofu's original intention was to comprehend the rock descends to the 9th heaven for flying. However, the rock descends to the 9th heaven was not just a flying beast ability. It was a powerful killing move of the rock clan. In midair, at this moment, looking from afar, it looked like a tiger and a rock were fighting valiantly. Roar, roar! The ferocious tiger tore the sky, and the Tiger King roared, shaking the mountains and rivers. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings, exuding a domineering and tyrannical aura. At this moment, he was truly like a great rock descending from the heavens. Every move he made caused the tyrannical and terrifying aura to overflow the sky. His wings swept across the sky, exuding a domineering and tyrannical aura. Rumble! Such a collision sounded like thunder in midair. A series of runes burst out, and the runes' energy shot out. It was as gorgeous as fireworks, causing the entire sky to be resplendent. Behind the resplendent light, there was an astonishing pressure. It was as if it was about to destroy everything. The surrounding heaven and earth trembled. Chi la la! The stalemate did not last long. In the fierce collision in midair, the sound of the sky shattering could be heard. It was as if the space was being torn apart. Everyone looked from afar. In the dazzling light, the mysterious runes of the golden runes swept out and wrapped around the demonic tiger. The demonic tiger's eyes were filled with fear. Then, in its fear, it was destroyed like a hot knife through butter. Chapter 223. Editor, H2DH3 Mr. Pucci. Behind demonic tiger, Tai Hu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Bang! Almost at the same time, everyone heard a loud explosion in the sky. A fist wrapped in golden runes smashed heavily onto Tai Hu's body. Shi la la. Following which, everyone saw Tai Hu's tall and muscular body falling rapidly. Wrapped in a yellow glow, he landed heavily on the ground like a meteor, smashing into the small plaza below. The moment Tai Hu's body landed on the ground, the ferocious force caused Tai Hu's body to explode like a bomb, creating a huge deep hole in the small square that was already in a mess. Ka 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 ka! Cracks in the ground spread out in all directions, extending into the distance. My Qiankun bag, this is a huge loss, a huge loss. In the air, everyone could hear Du Xiaofu mumbling something about a Qiankun bag with a pained expression on his face, as though someone owed him millions of dollars. Whoosh! After which, the golden talisman wings on Du Xiaofu's back flapped, causing the air to vibrate. Following which, Du Xiaofu's figure rapidly flew away, heading towards the vast mountain range within Tianwu Academy. The terrifying energy around the small plaza began to dissipate. Everyone's gazes were fixated on Tai Hu, who had fallen into the deep pit. He was unable to get up for a long time. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was in a sorry state. This was a crushing defeat. The 6 youths from the enforcement team were trembling as they watched the purple-robed youth fly away. However, they were unable to catch up to him. Even the flying leopard demonic beast had unknowingly prostrated itself on the ground. Its huge body was trembling violently, and it did not dare to move. Its eyes were filled with fear. Why did Du Xiaofu leave? When someone recovered from their shock, they looked at the golden figure that was gradually disappearing into the mountain range behind the academy with confusion in their eyes. Why did Old 3 suddenly leave? Where is he going? Wu Qingfeng, Jiang Wei, and Sun Ji were also puzzled. Swoosh swoosh. Right at this moment, a dozen figures flew over from the sky. After a few flashes, they appeared in the air above the plaza. The newcomers looked at the scene in the plaza. A few seniors were heavily injured, 2 were killed, and Tai Hu seemed to be heavily injured. Their gazes were trembling and their faces were filled with shock. Swoosh swoosh. In the air ahead there were still groups of 2 or 3 figures that continued to rush over. All of them were suspended at a low altitude. When they saw the scene in the square, their expressions immediately changed. The instructors are here! Gazes from the surroundings turned to the figures in the air. They were the instructors of Tianwu Academy. Can anyone tell me what is going on? In midair, a young man shouted loudly. He looked up at the sky with an embarrassed expression. Instructor Changming, it's that Du Xiaofu. That Du Xiaofu killed someone and even snatched my Qiankun bag and points. When Jin Yanbing, who was being supported, saw the figures in the air. It was as though he had seen his saviors. He immediately cried out with a sullen face. The young man was none other than Instructor Changming. When he saw the shocking scene in the plaza, he couldn't help but ask in shock. Was this done by Du Xiaofu alone? It was done by Du Xiaofu alone. That brat is simply too savage. He killed students, stole my Qianquan bag, and stole my points. He completely disregarded the academy's rules. Instructor Changming, you must seek justice for me, Jin Yanbing shouted. When he thought of his Qianquan bag and points, his heart ached. That was his collection for several years. Changming's eyes trembled as he looked at Tai Hu, who was being supported by 6 enforcers. He couldn't believe it. Could it be that the brat was able to heavily injure Tai Hu? How are you guys? Many male and female instructors landed beside Zhang Jian, the youth surnamed Zhu, and Zhou Yinglan. At this moment, Zhang Jian, Zhou Yinglan, and the youth surnamed Zhu were covered in dust. Their bodies were covered in a layer of rubble, and they were dripping with blood. They looked extremely dispirited. When they saw the instructors, they couldn't catch their breath and fainted. They're dead. There's no saving them. The instructors checked on the 2 seniors who were killed. They looked at each other and shook their heads, declaring that there was no saving them. The 2 seniors were already dead. Whoosh! Changming landed beside Tai Hu and asked, "Were you injured by that brat as well?" Poochie! Tai Hu spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Instructor Changming and replied indifferently, Du Xiaofu is too strong. I couldn't stop him. Who? Hearing that, Instructor Changming took a deep breath. He knew Tai Hu's strength. As an expert on the martial ranking, Tai Hu had comprehended the profoundness of the sky-shattering heavenly tiger and possessed the beast soul of the sky-shattering heavenly tiger. Although Tai Hu was only at the initial level of the pulse spirit realm, Tai Hu's strength was definitely not below the profound level of the pulse spirit realm. It was said that Tai Hu had just come out of the heavenly talisman realm, so his strength had naturally increased. Now that Tai Hu had been defeated, how terrifying was Du Xiaofu's strength. Changming, 2 dead and 3 crippled. What should we do? A woman who looked to be around 22 or 23 years old came to Changming's side and asked. She was dressed as a teacher. That brat is lawless. Inform all the enforcers to capture that lawless brat. We can't let him go, Changming coldly shouted. His face was ashen as he gnashed his teeth. The female instructor frowned and said, This is a big matter. Do we need to inform the elders? Changming's expression was ugly as he said, I'll inform Elder Liao. You guys inform all the enforcers. We can't let that brat go. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Changming stomped his foot and left. Many of the surrounding instructors watched with serious expressions. They had never heard of anyone who dared to be so lawless in the academy. That brat named Du Xiaofu was simply too savage. Everyone disperse. Senior Jean, get someone to clean up this place. Some of the instructors said to the surrounding students. Following which, some of the instructors brought the unconscious Zhang Jian, Zhou Yinglan, Zhu, and the 2 corpses on the ground and left the scene. That Du Xiaofu is too savage. Tai Hu was also heavily injured. That Du Xiaofu is too abnormal. Zhang Jian, Zhou Yinglan, and the others are so pitiful. They provoke someone they shouldn't have. Take a guess, will this Du Xiaofu be listed on the bounty list? In the history of the academy, there have only been 2 students whose names were listed on the bounty list of their own academy. If that Du Xiaofu is listed on the bounty list, he will probably break the record. He will definitely be listed on the bounty list in the shortest time. The surrounding crowd stayed for a long time. At this moment, the figure of that savage purple-robed youth had already been imprinted in everyone's hearts. Regardless of whether it was a new student or an old one, they were all thinking that they could provoke anyone in the future, but they couldn't afford to provoke that savage youth. Third brother is in big trouble this time. What should we do? This is big trouble. We have to help third brother. Unfortunately, we're not strong enough. Wu Qifeng and Zhang Wei had grave expressions on their faces. Their eyes were filled with anxiousness, but they could only watch helplessly. With their cultivation, there was nothing they could do to help. Third brother got into such a big trouble because of me. I have to think of a way to help him. Otherwise, third brother will really be in big trouble this time. Sunji's eyes moved. He bit his lips and muttered softly. After a while, the crowd of onlookers gradually faded away. Unknowingly, it was already dusk. As the sun set in the west, the sky above Tianwu Academy was shrouded in a golden glow. It didn't take long for the news of 2 dead and 3 crippled seniors to spread throughout the academy. When everyone heard the news, they were all stunned. A right-in student from this batch actually killed 2 third brothers and crippled 3 seniors. Even Tai Hu from the enforcement team was heavily injured. This was simply unbelievable. Putting aside the fact that the 5 seniors weren't weak, Tai Hu from the enforcement team was an expert ranked on the martial ranking. Even with his strength, he was still heavily injured. It was rumored that Du Xiaofu was really at the Profound Pulse realm. This was monstrous to the extreme. I heard that lad is a talisman master as well. To think that his martial arts would be so powerful as well. I wonder if that lad will make it onto the bounty board this time around. After causing such a huge commotion, I dare not say that no one in Tianwu Academy will be able to do such a thing in the future, but I'm afraid that no one in the past will be able to do such a thing. Even if he isn't on the bounty board, I'm afraid that kid's fate won't be any better. Don't forget that Zhu Qing is one of the 3 crippled people. Xu Qing's cousin is Pan Yu. I'm afraid that Du Xiaofu is out of luck this time. Pan Yu, that terrifying fellow, is not ordinary. With his character, he will definitely not let the matter rest after Zhu Qing is crippled. In an instant, Du Xiaofu's name shook the entire Tianwu Academy. Such a savage young man was unprecedented in Tianwu Academy. As the sun set in the west, night began to fall. In the vast mountain range of Tianwu Academy, the old in-name student had warned the new in-name students not to trespass into the depths of the mountain range. The surroundings were completely silent. As night fell, the depths of the mountain range in the distance had already turned pitch black. The dark blue peaks overlapped one another under the night sky. A towering mountain peak stood in the vast sky where the last ray of the setting sun was left. I should have taken that fellow's Qianquan bag before escaping. What a pity. Those on the martial ranking must have a lot of loot in their Qianquan bags. Chapter 224. I should have taken that fellow's Qianquan bag before escaping. What a pity. Those on the martial ranking must have a lot of treasures in their Qianquan bags. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had blocked the entrance of a small cave on the mountain peak with a piece of rock. The dim cave didn't affect Du Xiaofu's vision much. He sat cross-legged with several Qianquan bags placed in front of him. However, he was still mumbling to himself, regretting that he didn't take Tai Hu's Qianquan bag. As a disciple on the martial ranking, his Qianquan bag must have a lot of treasures. To Du Xiaofu, since he had defeated Tai Hu, the Qianquan bag belonged to him. In Du Xiaofu's view of the world, the Qianquan bag belonged to those he had defeated. 4 hours ago, after defeating Tai Hu, Du Xiaofu suddenly felt quite a number of auras sweeping across the sky. These auras were all extremely powerful. Therefore, he had no choice but to run away. Although Du Xiaofu had killed 2 seniors and crippled 3 seniors in a fit of rage, the consequences still made him apprehensive. Therefore, he had no choice but to run first before thinking about anything else. The vast mountain range was connected to the dark forest, but it was also similar to the dark forest. Du Xiaofu had already thought of an escape route for himself. As long as he ran into the mountain range, it would be difficult for the Tianwu Academy to find him, unless those elders came to deal with him. As elders of Tianwu Academy, they wouldn't come looking for me personally over such a small matter, right? That would be too degrading. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. The elders of Tianwu Academy were true experts. If they came looking for a new student like him, it would definitely be degrading. Thus, Du Xiaofu thought that those elders wouldn't come looking for him personally. As for the others, Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. It would be difficult for them to deal with him once he entered the mountain range. Looking at the cosmos sack before him, Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. Since he had gotten himself into trouble in Tianwu Academy, he had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Although Du Xiaofu had won the fight with Tai Hu, he knew in his heart that it had not been easy for him to win. He had also exhausted himself to the point of exhaustion. Tai Hu was only ranked 99th on the martial ranking. In other words, the other 98 people were even more powerful, especially those who were ranked at the very front. Just how powerful were they? Even though it was unlikely that the elders of Tianwu Academy would personally come to capture him, the seniors on the martial ranking would most likely come to capture him. Du Xiaofu could not help but worry about himself. What if those experts on the martial roll came to capture him? Let's open these Qianquan pouches first and find some spiritual herbs and pills to eat. I have to raise my cultivation as soon as possible. Thinking to himself, Du Xiaofu formed a seal with his hands. Runes flickered as Du Xiaofu decided to open the Qianquan pouches and find some spiritual herbs and pills to eat first. Du Xiaofu silently made up his mind. He had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would only get more troublesome in the future. Furthermore, his injuries had yet to fully recover. Walala! As Du Xiaofu formed a seal with his hands, waves of runes spread out. A brilliant light shone in the cave and waves of mysterious runes rippled in the cave. Roughly 6 hours later, under the envelopment of the runes, the Qianquan pouches were slowly opened one by one. As expected of the students of Tianwu Academy, they are all rich. Martial techniques, demonic beast materials, cultivation coins, pills, tattered clothes, and so many spiritual herbs. Looking at the large pile of looted items in front of him, Du Xiaofu's face revealed a smile. His harvest was astonishing, especially the number of spiritual herbs and medicinal pills. After separating the healing elixir from the other elixirs, Du Xiaofu directly stuffed several elixirs with multicolored light into his mouth. After wolfing down the spiritual herbs, Du Xiaofu swallowed them. His mouth was overflowing with a brilliant glow, and he could even spit out a surge of energy with a burp. If anyone were to see Du Xiaofu in such a state, they would definitely be shocked. Who would consume spiritual herbs in such a manner? Putting aside the fact that he might explode and die if he were to do so. If a medicinal talisman master were to see this, they would definitely feel heartache. In the eyes of a medicinal talisman master, this was definitely a waste of spiritual herbs. It was the most wasteful action. After wolfing down the spiritual herbs, Du Xiaofu formed a cultivation hand seal. A moment later, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped in a faint golden halo. Others would not dare to consume spiritual herbs raw or waste them. However, Du Xiaofu was not one of them. With his powerful physical body, Du Xiaofu was not afraid of his body exploding. Since he cultivated the cultivation technique of the golden-winged great roc, Du Xiaofu was not afraid of wasting spiritual herbs. To Du Xiaofu, this was not a waste of spiritual herbs. Instead, it was a way to maximize the effects of the spiritual herbs. Consuming spiritual herbs and the flesh of demonic beasts was one of the main sources of energy for the golden-winged great roc to break through. This was especially so for the infant golden-winged great roc. It was the main source of energy for its breakthrough. At this moment, if Du Xiaofu wanted to speed up his breakthrough, he could only consume more spiritual herbs to recover. After the battle with Tai Hu, he had already exhausted all of his spiritual herbs. Above the night sky, stars twinkled in the vast sky. So. Silhouettes soared through the night sky and entered the mountain range of Tianwu Academy, searching for something. That Du Xiaofu is extremely powerful. We can't be careless. Elder Liao has ordered us to capture him alive. We must capture that brat. That brat is truly a talent. He is unprecedented. I am impressed. In the night sky, silhouettes entered the mountain range and began their search. In the mountain range, there were many mountain peaks. In front of a massive mountain peak, there was a smooth black rock. Occasionally, there would be a few shrubs in the surroundings. As the night wind blew, the vegetation swayed slightly, but the black rock remained motionless. Roar, roar. In the depths of the mountain, the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from time to time. Silhouettes flashed, startled birds flapped their wings, causing the trees to rustle. On top of a black rock, a woman with a fiery body looked into the depths of the mountain range. Her figure was graceful, and her jet-black hair was as smooth as a waterfall. In the night sky, the woman's eyes were ethereal, and her lips were like cherry petals. She muttered softly, "Du Xiaofu, he has the same name as third brother. It's a pity that he isn't third brother. How good would it be if third brother could cultivate? After I save up enough points, I will go to the academy to exchange for a meridian-increasing pill. At that time, third brother might be able to cultivate. Father's cultivation should have reached the great circle of the pulse movement realm. If I exchange for a spirit meridian pill, father might be able to break through. Senior Xiaoman, that brat called Du Xiaofu has the same surname as you. However, that brat's guts are really big." Beside the black rock, a 22 or 23-year-old woman holding a sword was talking to the woman in front of her. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and she wore a tight dress that outlined her exquisite figure. She had a pretty face, and her eyes were bright. "There are many people with the same surname as me. It is said that among the new students there are 2 with the surname due their talent and strength are not ordinary." The fiery woman turned around. She looked to be around 22 or 23 years old. She had a youthful appearance and was not too devastatingly beautiful. However, she still had an extraordinary beauty. Moreover, she had an indescribable allure that was pure and refined. Her pitch-black eyes were as clear as a stream of water. In the night sky, her eyes were serene, and she was as quiet as the sound of pine trees in an empty valley. She was as beautiful as the sunset. What was even more eye-catching was the woman's sexy attire. Her slender and straight legs seemed to be silently enchanting. She was only wearing a pair of orange shorts that wrapped around her butt, and her upper body was covered with an orange blouse. Under her slender jade neck, her soft breasts were like white jade. Half of it was covered, and a deep white jade cleavage was faintly discernible. Her white waist was tied up, and it was so slim that it could not be grasped. "Senior Xiaoman, why do you think that brat is hiding here?" The woman holding the sword smiled and continued to ask the fiery woman. "The dense forest behind the mountain is not easy to find. If he has a special technique that can hide his aura, it will be difficult for us to find him." The corner of the fiery woman's mouth was slightly raised, and her red lips were slightly opened, as if she wanted to invite people to kiss her. Her appearance was enough to touch the nerves of all men. As her voice fell, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and then she said, "Pay attention to the news of the other law enforcement teams. Once we find that brat, we must immediately rush over. Don't worry. With the strength of our team, we will definitely be able to catch that brat as soon as possible. Right now, everyone wants to find that brat as soon as possible." The woman holding the sword said. Whoosh whoosh. A moment later, the figures of the 2 women also plunged into the dense forest, and their beautiful figures flashed and disappeared into the night. The night shrouded, and the moonlight was like a stream. Roar! In the night, the roar of a tiger could be heard, and a king-scaled demonic tiger was crawling on the mountain peak. On the towering mountain peak, clouds curled up, and moonlight shrouded. A graceful figure was sitting cross-legged, and her entire body was enveloped in a dazzling halo. Her aura was constantly rising, and it was unknown how long it had been rising. Suddenly, the aura of the graceful figure seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and it finally began to gradually weaken. As the aura rose and weakened, the light vortex that enveloped her body began to become denser, and runes began to spread out. The runes spread out, and the light was dazzling. Profound she leaked out of the graceful figure's body, and the light of the runes overflowed from the pores of her entire body. The light became more and more dazzling, and her entire body was already enveloped by a rune halo that was dozens of meters in diameter. Third night watch, I will continue to erupt today. Brothers and sisters, if you hurt me again today, I will really cry in front of you tonight. I will continue to write. Chapter 225. Dazzling talisman runes circled around her, rearranging themselves behind her delicate body. At the same time, a shocking beast roar suddenly rang out. Aoo! Runes blossomed, and a ferocious and mighty two-headed leopard phantom condensed behind her delicate body. The light was dazzling and surging. Energy rippled and swept across the sky with terrifying might. Not far away, the king-scaled demonic tiger also slightly raised its head at this moment. Its gaze was firmly fixed on the two-headed leopard phantom. Walala! At the same time, the aura around the figure who was sitting cross-legged rose in a spurt of energy. A dazzling light enveloped the mountain peak, as if the moon had descended and illuminated half the sky. Roar! Whoop! In the depths of the mountain range, the roars of ferocious birds and beasts rose and fell one after another. Looking at the unusual movement on the mountain peak, there was an endless commotion. This aura fluctuation only gradually calmed down at dawn. The first rays of dawn brought along a faint radiance as they spread across the mountain range. Huh! Behind the figure who was sitting cross-legged, the two-headed leopard phantom turned into runes and dissipated. The halo around her body also gradually disappeared. As the hand seals disappeared, her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her eyes opened, and a mouthful of turbid air spurted out from her red lips. Feeling all the changes in her body, a trace of joy flashed across the woman's face. Then, she slowly stood up. The woman looked to be 21 or 22 years old. She had a peerless appearance, and was dressed in a sexy manner. Without a doubt, she was an absolute beauty. And this woman, other than Ouyang Xuan, could not be anyone else. Taking so long to break through is the right thing to do. The Xiantian realm and pulsating realm are the key to the foundation. In the future you will be able to break through freely. A faint voice rang out, and a middle-aged man silently appeared behind Ouyang Xuan. His figure was slender, and his fair hands held a white fan. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, and his eyes were like water. His face was exquisite, and he could be described as flirtatious or frivolous. What a handsome man! Although he was middle-aged, it did not affect his handsomeness at all. Instead, it made him even more charming. Ouyang Xuan looked at the middle-aged man and said softly, "If I don't break through soon, I'm afraid my ranking on the martial ranking will be kicked down. In the past few months, they have improved a lot. You've also made progress. The cultivation method you're practicing doesn't have an advantage in the beginning. Instead, it's a little slow. However, you'll have a lot of advantages towards the end. Instead, it'll become faster and faster. This is also the reason why your father wants you to practice that cultivation method." The middle-aged man fanned himself before looking at Ouyang Xuan and saying softly, "We can return now. The members of the Black Fiend sect shouldn't be lying. The lad you are looking for has already escaped. We've been searching the area for 2 days, but we couldn't find the aura on your emblem. Perhaps that lad has already arrived at Tianwu Academy. Uncle Shi, even if he were to enter Tianwu Academy now, he has already passed the freshman examination. I'm afraid that he won't be able to enter the academy. Will you be able to think of a solution for that lad?" Ouyang Xuan looked at the handsome middle-aged man and asked. Hearing this, the handsome middle-aged man closed his fan and his gaze changed slightly. "This has nothing to do with me. If not for you, I wouldn't have come looking for that lad. I will definitely not help the son of that shameless Du Tingxian, so don't come looking for me. It's best if that lad can't enter the academy so that I won't feel vexed when I see him. That lad isn't much stronger than that shameless father of his, so at least he won't bring harm to the academy." "Uncle Shi, were you very close to my father and Uncle Du back then?" Ouyang Xuan looked at the handsome middle-aged man, and her large eyes blinked. She smiled and asked, "Could it be that Uncle Shi was defeated by Uncle Du back then?" Hearing this, the handsome middle-aged man's eyes twitched and he said, "That shameless Du Tingxian is indeed quite strong and was slightly stronger than me back then. However, a broad-minded person like me wouldn't mind such a matter. It's just that Du Tingxian is too shameless and his son definitely isn't any better. That shameless bastard actually dared to send his son to Tianwu Academy. Could it be that he has forgotten that the person ranked second on the bounty board is still him? All right, let's not talk about that father and son anymore. Let's return first. You have just broken through to the pulse spirit realm. After we return, go into seclusion in the Tianwu talisman realm for a period of time. Firstly, comprehend the beast energy of the crimson firmament two-headed leopard, and secondly, consolidate your cultivation. N. Ouyang Shuang nodded her head. Her rosy lips parted slightly as she muttered, I hope that lad has already entered Tianwu Academy. Roar! A moment later, the king's scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and flew into the air. The two of them and the tiger gradually disappeared from the mountain peak. Early in the morning, the light of dawn lifted the veil of night, and the mountain range was enveloped in a rosy glow. Swoosh, swoosh! In front of the cliff of a canyon, figures covered in morning dew landed one after another as powerful auras descended. Woo! In the air above the canyon, several flying demonic beasts with powerful auras flapped their wings and screeched. Many young men and women also landed one after another. Swoosh, swoosh! In a short moment, 20 to 30 people had gathered. Powerful auras shook the air as numerous gazes landed on the cliff in front of them. If one took a closer look, one would be able to see that there was a small natural cave on the cliff. However, the entrance was blocked by a huge rock. If one did not take a closer look, one would not be able to see it. Hee, that lad is quite good at hiding. He even knows how to block the entrance. It's really not easy to find him. Among the crowd, a young man in his 20s was looking at the cave on the cliff with a faint smile on his face. However, the aura around his body was fierce and fierce. His cultivation was definitely not below Tai Hu's. He could only be stronger than Tai Hu. However, that lad is still too inexperienced. He doesn't know that the academy badge on him has a special aura. As long as one is from the academy, they will be able to sense it within a certain distance. A rookie will always be a rookie. This time, he won't be able to escape. He's like a turtle in a jar. Another young man laughed. On his handsome face, there was a smile on his lips. He wore a loose robe and his hair was draped over his shoulders. He looked extremely carefree. Soldier Qianli, Qin Lang, Tai Hu is no longer a match for him. What are your chances of winning? I heard that the lad is also a talisman master. He won't be easy to deal with. A sexy and enchanting tall lady walked out. Her figure was so beautiful that the surrounding men could not help but steal glances at her. However, they did not dare to look directly into her watery eyes. To be able to defeat Tai Hu, that lad's strength is definitely not weak. However, I'm afraid that lad is about the same. This time, he won't be able to escape. The young man with a fierce aura looked at the sexy and enchanting lady and said with a smile, There are so many of us. I don't believe that lad will be able to escape. No matter how bad we are, we still have Senior Du, don't flatter me. I'm not on the martial roll. The sexy and enchanting lady looked at the cave on the cliff. There was a slight fluctuation in her watery eyes. Her red lips slightly parted as she said, The aura is inside. Someone go and ask the person to come out. Find the person. The handsome young man with a smile on his lips said to a young man in tight clothes beside him. Yes, Senior Qin Lang. The young man in tight clothes nodded. He took a few steps forward, raised his head and shouted towards the cave. The lad inside, come out quickly. You won't be able to escape. As the voice sounded out, everyone's gazes landed on the stone wall, waiting for the legendary young man to appear. Exactly what kind of savage young man was he, to be able to do such lawless things in the academy, causing all the law enforcement units to surround and arrest him? However, under the numerous gazes, there was no movement at the entrance of the cave. There was no sound at all. Do you think that you will be fine if you hide? What a fool! Come out! Seeing this, the fierce young man raised his eyebrows. He stomped on the ground and profound chi gushed out from the soles of his feet. Borrowing the momentum, his body immediately swept across the sky and instantly arrived at the entrance of the cave. A palm print shot out from his hand and an energy light directly bombarded the rock that blocked the entrance of the cave. Rumble! Under the bombardment of energy, the rock was instantly shattered, turning into gravel that scattered down. Be careful, don't let that lad escape! The handsome young man called Qin Lang shouted. At this moment, the surrounding gazes were completely focused on the entrance of the cave. Waves of aura were released in an instant, afraid that the legendary perverted young man would take the opportunity to escape from the cave. If others were to know that the young man had escaped under the encirclement of several enforcement teams, the enforcement teams would definitely lose a lot of face. The hot and enchanting tall lady's gaze was also fixed on the entrance of the cave. There were some fluctuations in her eyes. However, under the numerous gazes, the interior of the cave was still calm. There was no movement, and no figure that rushed out. Still not coming out? Then I'll drag you out. The fierce young man's eyes moved and his expression darkened. The profound chi light around his body was like a halo that enveloped his body. After which, he directly rushed into the cave. Soldier 1,000 miles, be careful of any tricks. That lad is not simple, Qin Lang warned. He was not the slightest bit careless. As his voice rang out, the fierce young man called Soldier 1,000 miles had already rushed into the cave. As Soldier 1,000 miles rushed into the cave, the gazes below became increasingly vigilant. Profound chi rippled and shook the space. A dazzling light burst forth and enveloped the entire valley. At this moment, with dozens of people on standby, even a fly would not be able to escape from the cave. Bastard, little bastard, you're pissing me off! While everyone was waiting for the battle, Bing Qianli's loud roar suddenly came from within the cave. No one knew what Bing Qianli had experienced that made him so furious. What's going on? Could it be a trap? The people below looked at each other. Several pulse spirit stage practitioners immediately rose into the air. Enveloped in profound chi light, they immediately rushed into the cave. Chapter 226. Just as the group entered the cave, they saw Bing Qianli clutching a Tianwu Academy emblem tightly in his hand. His face was ashen, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was so furious that the blood in his body was churning. Bing Qianli, what's going on? Where's that brat? Qin Lang's gaze swept across the cave and did not see anyone else. He immediately asked Bing Qianli, Look at the ground yourself. Bing Qianli's face was flushed red and he seemed to be on the verge of going crazy. He was absolutely furious. Hearing his words, everyone's gazes landed on the ground. Immediately after, everyone's gazes fluctuated, and their complexions immediately became unsightly. On a rock on the ground, there were 2 lines of words carved with a sharp weapon. Were you calling me a fool? You're the fools. Did you think that I would let you find me with the badge? Fools. Bastard! Little brat! Once I catch him, I'll teach him a good lesson. That little bastard, how dare he call us fools? I swear that I won't let him off. Qin Lang and the other youths looked at the big words carved on the rock on the ground, and immediately started cursing. Dozens of law enforcers had thought that it would be as easy as catching a turtle in a jar. Who would have thought that they would be tricked by the legendary young man? He had thrown down his badge to attract them, but in the end, he was nowhere to be seen. This was definitely a naked humiliation to them. Pfft! The sexy and tall lady looked at the words on the rock and couldn't help but laugh. Her lips parted slightly as she said softly, It seems like this brat is much smarter than we thought. In this situation, it seems like he's the hunter and we're the prey. Little bastard, I'll definitely drag that little bastard out. Bing Qianli clenched his fists. This time, that brat didn't just humiliate him, he also humiliated the entire law enforcers. When had the law enforcers ever suffered such humiliation? I heard that last night many elders were discussing how to punish Du Xiaofu. Many elders were angry, but there were still many elders who didn't express their opinions. I heard that some elders suggested killing Du Xiaofu, that undisciplined and out-of-control brat. However, some elders seemed to be against it. They said that Du Xiaofu's talent is very strong, and that it would be a pity to kill him. When the time comes, it would be better to punish him severely. How long do you think it will take for the enforcement team to capture Du Xiaofu? It's said that a total of 7 law enforcement teams have been dispatched. Only 3 teams have yet to be dispatched. I'm afraid we'll be able to find Du Xiaofu by today at the latest. It shouldn't take that long, right? I heard that the law enforcement team was already dispatched last night. Why don't we make a bet? Let's bet how long it will take for that kid to be captured by the law enforcement team. I bet before dusk today, and I'll bet 1,000 points. All right, I'll bet with you. That kid is extraordinary. I'll bet on tomorrow. In the entire Tianwu Academy, regardless of whether they were seniors or freshmen, everyone was paying attention to Du Xiaofu's matter. Many bets had also spread among the students, and they were betting on how long it would take for that legendary freak to fall into the hands of the law enforcement team. The law enforcement team had dispatched a total of 7 teams. Outside the rear mountain, many students had gathered. They were waiting for Du Xiaofu to be captured by the law enforcement team so that they could catch a glimpse of that rumored savage young man. Under the influence of this matter, the plundering of points from the freshmen by the seniors seemed to have come to a halt. 2 dead and 3 crippled. Such a brutal method left many seniors trembling in fear. If they were to encounter another savage young man, they would be in deep trouble. They waited until dusk, but there was still no news of the capture of the legendary freak. That rumored freak seemed to have disappeared into the rear mountain, and the dozens of law enforcement team members were unable to find him. During this period of time, someone spread the news that not only were a few dozen law enforcement squad experts unable to capture that abnormal kid, they were instead played by that abnormal kid. This caused everyone to be extremely astounded for a time. Dusk. The rumbling purple-red sunset glow shrouded half of the mountain range, illuminating the mountain range. In the courtyard, an old man in his 50s was seated. He looked at Chang Ming and asked, "Is there any new news?" "Elder Liao, there is no new news. The 7 law enforcement team members were unable to find that brat either," Chang Ming replied. "Continue the search. We must capture him alive. Don't let that brat off so easily. If there is any new news, inform me immediately," Elder Liao said in a deep voice. "Yes." Chang Ming nodded and immediately retreated respectfully. After a long time, Elder Liao stood up with his hands behind his back and muttered, "Du Xiaofu, I would like to see how long you can escape. I didn't expect that brat to have caused such a big trouble. He's in big trouble now. It's not surprising. He doesn't even put Elder Liao in his eyes. What else would he not dare to do? I just didn't expect that brat's strength to be so terrifying. I wonder where Senior Ouyang went. I heard that she's back." At the foot of a mountain, Liang Dong, Zhang Yu, Lv Jiaxue, and the rest of the 7 looked at the mountain range in front of them with shock in their eyes. Woo woo! Above the mountain range, several flying demonic beasts flapped their wings and roared, causing the air to swirl around. Swoosh swoosh! In the forest, figures with xianqi burst out and flashed past like lightning, startling the birds and causing a large number of beasts to roar and crawl. "Go after him! I can feel his aura! This time, it can't be wrong. That brat is still running away. He's right in front of us. Go after him!" In the dense forest, towering trees covered the sky. Bing Qianli roared and ran at the fastest speed. He could feel an aura running away. It was the aura of the academy. It must be that brat named Du Xiaofu. Don't let that brat run away. Once we catch him, we'll skin him alive! Loud shouts resounded through the forest. Dozens of figures shuttled through the forest like lightning. A large number of excited shouts resounded, as if they had caught their prey. "Brat, you can't run away! Let's see where you can run to!" A moment later, more than 40 figures appeared from all directions. They were densely packed and surrounded a patch of shrubs in a large encirclement. Dozens of xianqi surged, causing the space to tremble. The space around them was so tight that it was impossible to breathe. Swish swish! Within the bushes, swish swish sounds could be heard. It shook non-stop. Then, As if it was frightened by the terrifying aura around it, it slowly stopped moving. Dozens of people, led by Bing Qianli, Qin Lang, and the sexy and enchanting tall lady, slowly closed in. Suddenly, the leaders seemed to have felt something. Their faces changed slightly. After looking at each other, they quickly closed in. Swish, swish. With a flash, the first few figures dashed out and parted the bushes. At this moment, in the middle of the bushes that were as tall as a person, a Hotian demonic beast, scarlet flame rabbit, 1/2 meter in size, was trembling. Its eyes were filled with fear. It was completely suppressed by the dozens of terrifying auras around it. It was unable to move at all. At this moment, this pitiful rabbit was probably still wondering why there were so many people chasing after it. Yesterday, it was chased by a single person. In the end, that person let it go. It was so scared that it kept running away. Who would have thought that there would be even more people chasing after it today? At this moment, when Bing Qianli, Qin Lang, and the rest saw the scarlet flame rabbit crawling on the ground, they nearly vomited blood. At this moment, a Tianwu Academy emblem was tied tightly around the crimson flame rabbit. There was also a tree bark attached to the crimson flame rabbit, and a line of words was inscribed on the tree bark. It read, "I would really like to know how many of you are chasing after this rabbit." When they saw the words clearly, the faces of Bing Qianli, Qin Lang, and the rest turned green. All of them had the urge to vomit blood. How many emblems does that little bastard have? Little brat, I will definitely not let you off. Little brat, just you wait. I will definitely skin you alive. Then, heart-wrenching shouts resounded in the dense forest. The shouts were like thunder, filled with rage. The sunset glow enveloped the mountain range and gradually disappeared. Night fell and a day gradually passed. Night enveloped the land and the bright moon hung high in the sky. The moon was bright and the stars were dim. In the forest, the moonlight was mottled. In a cave, a purple-robed figure sat cross-legged. His body was enveloped in a golden halo. The mysterious runes on the talisman started to fluctuate, and his aura started to rise. The profound energy in Du Xiaofu's body had already reached a state of fullness in the god's watchtower. The medicinal pill in the Medicine King's hand that he had taken last time was already very extraordinary. Even Jinqi Chun could take a liking to it. Yesterday, Du Xiaofu had swallowed a lot of elixirs. In addition to the training in the dark forest, he had accumulated a lot of energy. At this moment, there were finally signs of a breakthrough. Yesterday's battle with Tai Hu was also quite satisfying. This also allowed Du Xiaofu to benefit a lot. It was also because of this that Du Xiaofeng could faintly feel that his harvest was great. It seemed that he might break through, so he swallowed a lot of elixirs. At this moment, in Du Xiaofu's body, the energy of various elixirs and elixirs that he had swallowed were being refined. In the end, they turned into pure profound energy that surged into the god's watchtower through his meridians. The aura on his body was also constantly rising. Qi. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's rising aura seemed to have encountered a bottleneck and finally started to weaken. As the aura weakened, the golden light around Du Xiaofu's body also started to dim. Woo-woo! The birds screeched and flapped their wings. Under the cover of the moonlight, one figure after another landed from the back of the flying beasts. Chapter 227. Whoosh whoosh. There were a total of 9 people, 8 men and 1 woman, all around the age of 20. Their figures landed on the mountainside. The eyes of the 9 people were locked onto a certain spot on the mountainside. There was a faint golden light flickering from within. It should be a blocked cave. However, at this moment, there was a faint golden light flickering in the cave. It might not be too conspicuous during the day, but it was extremely eye-catching in the night. There's an aura fluctuation, be careful. The eyes of the 9 people were fixed on the place where the golden light was flickering. They clenched the weapons in their hands as cold light fluctuated. Profound chi surged, and the aura radiated and enveloped the surrounding area. Everyone looked at each other and nodded slightly. They reached a tacit understanding and slowly approached. The 9 people's faces were solemn. Everyone had heard that the brat called Du Xiaofu was extremely abnormal. He was definitely not easy to deal with. Boom! Just as the 9 of them were carefully pushing forward, a huge rock suddenly rushed out of the cave like an impact cannon. "Everyone be careful, don't let that brat escape!" the leading young man shouted. A fist seal covered in runes immediately blasted towards the huge rock. Bang! The boulder shattered, turning into a large amount of gravel and powder that drifted away. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly shot out from the cave. "He can't escape!" A beautiful woman who was closest to him shouted. Profound chi surged, runes bloomed, and a long sword was already unsheathed. Whoosh whoosh! The sword light flashed as fast as lightning, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. Then, a large amount of sword light materialized and shot out, enveloping the figure that rushed out. Whoosh whoosh! This sword technique was not ordinary. The sword light flashed and runes bloomed. Its power was powerful, and it directly blocked the opponent's path, making it impossible for him to escape. "Break!" With a loud shout, a fist seal wrapped in golden runes smashed over, bringing with it a terrifying shockwave. Layer after layer, the energy of each layer was greater than the last. When it reached the 13th layer, the terrifying power exploded and destroyed the sword light. Boom! Then, a powerful energy wave swept over the woman's shoulder and sent her flying. Poochie! The woman's body flew backward. Suddenly, her face turned pale and blood spurted out from her mouth. "Quickly release the signal flare. Let's work together to stop this brat," the leading young man shouted loudly. Just as the woman was injured, his body soared into the air and swooped down. A palm print suddenly shot out from his hand. Terrifying rune energy swept down along with a mighty energy, directly enveloping the figure that had shot out from the cave. Bang! The figure that rushed out of the mountain waved his hand. Light golden talisman patterns appeared on his hand, and then they collided fiercely. Boom! A muffled explosion resounded, and the runes exploded. Energy shot out, and the surrounding mountain rocks were razed to the ground. Dang dang! The leading young man staggered back a few steps. The ground cracked as he staggered. His expression changed a lot. He was dressed in a purple robe and looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. He was none other than Du Xiaofu. Humph! At this moment, Du Xiaofu staggered back. For some reason, a muffled groan came from his throat, as if he had suffered a lot. Chi! At the same time, a young man in the surroundings suddenly released a signal flare. It soared into the sky and exploded high up in the sky. Bang bang! The signal flare exploded, and the sound waves were like thunder. It was gorgeous and dazzling. In the mountains that were enveloped by the moonlight, the surrounding mountains instantly became as bright as day. Not good! Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the signal flare that had exploded high up in the sky. His expression was grave. He never thought that he would be found by the people of the academy at such a critical moment, when he was about to break through. It would not be a problem if it was under normal circumstances, but at such a critical moment, not only would his strength be greatly affected, if it was serious, it would be enough to cause him to go berserk. At this moment, he was definitely in great trouble. As the signal flare was released, the people that came did not seem to be in a hurry. They surrounded Du Xiaofu. Profound chi surged, and their auras collapsed, sealing the surrounding space. They are waiting for the others. If we don't break out as soon as possible, our future will be bleak. A faint golden light flashed in Du Xiaofu's eyes. He swept his gaze across the 9 people. One of them had just reached the pulse spirit realm, and his aura was similar to Tai Hu's. He was definitely not below Tai Hu. One of the other 8 had already been injured by him. The other 7 were all at the great circle of the pulse realm, and were definitely very strong. Several young experts stood vigilantly, holding their weapons, ready to attack at any time. However, the leading young man was not in a hurry. Instead, a slight smile appeared in his eyes. He had already released the signal flare. It would not be long before the nearby enforcement team rushed over. At that time, the brat in front of him would not be able to escape. "Brat, my name is Zhu Ding, the captain of the 9th Squad of the Enforcers. Surrender without a fight, and you'll suffer less. Seeing that you're an unprecedented figure in the academy, come with me. At the very least, I can guarantee that you won't suffer in my hands." The leading young man had been sizing up Du Xiaofu with the help of the moonlight. He had already heard of the various deeds of the legendary abnormal brat in front of him. Even Tai, who had suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. He, who was ranked 98th on the martial roll, did not have the confidence to take down the brat in front of him. Therefore, it was better to wait for reinforcements. If he could persuade the brat to surrender, that would be the best. "There's no such thing as surrendering without a fight in my dictionary." Du Xiaofu stared at Zhu Ding. A faint golden light began to flash around his body, and his aura suddenly fluctuated. "Be careful of him escaping. We can't let this brat escape. Just block him with all your strength." Feeling the fluctuation of aura from Du Xiaofu, Zhu Ding immediately said to the people around him. Profound chi surged out from his body at the same time, and his aura tightly locked onto Du Xiaofu. "Break out of the encirclement first. We can't delay any longer." Gritting his teeth slightly, Du Xiaofu knew that he could not delay any longer. Profound chi surged out from the soles of his feet. His body suddenly swept out, and a valiant aura gushed out. He took the lead and swept towards a short-clothed young man on the right, whose cultivation was only at the complete pulsation realm. "Brat, don't even think about escaping!" Zhu Ding lightly shouted. As Du Xiaofu made his move, he also quickly swept out, and a fist directly smashed towards Du Xiaofu's back. Swish, swish! The other 6 people surged with profound chi and gripped their weapons tightly. Saber and sword light swept towards Du Xiaofu at the same time, as if they wanted to mince Du Xiaofu's body into pieces. Chi la la! Terrifying energy burst forth. The light was dazzling, and the aura was vast and mighty. It faintly revealed a dry thunder, and muffled sounds resounded incessantly. When all the energy was about to engulf Du Xiaofu's body, under the astonished gazes of several people, Du Xiaofu's figure suddenly disappeared. Du Xiaofu's figure was enveloped by the numerous attacks, and with unbelievable angles and arcs, he suddenly disappeared like a ghost. Chi! When Du Xiaofu's figure reappeared, he had already used the unfettered ripple steps to escape from the encirclement of the attacks. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu's purple robe had traces of being torn by sharp weapons. There were small tears on his shoulder, and faint traces of blood could be seen seeping out from them. "That brat is on the left. We must not let him escape." Zhu Ding's face changed. He did not expect the rumored freak to be so fast as well. It was so fast that it was terrifying. He immediately took the lead and pounced forward. Shwa shwa! None of the remaining students were weak, and they were all elites among the seniors of Tianwu Academy. It wouldn't be easy for Zhang Xian to escape from their encirclement. Walala! In an instant, an earth-shattering energy swept towards Du Xiaofu, engulfing a large area. "You won't be able to stop me!" A faint smile suddenly flashed across Du Xiaofu's grave face. As soon as he finished his words, waves of runic energy started to fluctuate around him. In the blink of an eye, 10 formation flags were formed in his hands, and they emanated astonishing fluctuations. Chapter 228. You can't stop me! On Du Xiaofu's solemn face, a faint smile suddenly flashed across his eyes. As his voice fell, waves of rune energy began to fluctuate around his body. In an instant, 10 formation flags were condensed in his hands, all of them spreading in astonishing fluctuation. "Oh no, I forgot that this kid is also a talisman master. Retreat quickly!" Zhu Ding was the first to change his expression. His attack stopped, and he began to retreat with all his strength. Spirit Storm Array! However, it was already too late for Zhu Ding to discover this. Just as his figure came to a halt and retreated, the 10 formation flags in Du Xiaofu's hands had already shot into the air, enveloping the 9 people with lightning-like speed and trajectory. Walala! The 10 formation flags instantly disappeared in the air. Suddenly, the space fluctuated. The rune light was dazzling in the night sky, and the energy swept through the sky, sending sand and stones flying. When the array appeared, it enveloped a large area of space. The violent energy was like a terrifying storm, whistling and sweeping through the sky, directly enveloping Zhu Ding and the other law enforcement team in the array. Whoosh! After the array was arranged, Du Xiaofu's face turned pale again. He no longer had time to pay attention to the array. Profound qi gushed out from the soles of his feet, and he used the wave-like carefree steps. His body shot out like a sharp arrow, and then he left the mountainside and disappeared into the dense forest. Bang, bang, bang! On the mountainside, Zhu Ding and the other 8 people were trapped in the array. Low and loud muffled sounds kept coming out, and the sound of sonic booms resounded. It seemed that there were already people suffering in the array. Quickly break the array by force! After all, the senior members of the law enforcement team were all extraordinary people. Every one of them was famous among the younger generation in the outside world. None of them were weak. It only took a moment for them to organize a force to forcefully break the formation. Wild winds howled. Within the enormous symbol array, which was covered in energy, a terrifying energy began to fluctuate, causing the symbol array that Du Xiaofu had set up to be on the verge of collapse. Immediately, it exploded with a loud bang, and a low and deep energy sound spread out. Rumble! The violent energy swept out, causing the entire huge mountain to tremble violently. Sand and stones flew, and large pieces of mountain rocks fell down. Puchi! At this moment, Du Xiaofu, who was already in the dense forest, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The destruction of the glyph formation also indirectly caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Swish, swish! On the mountainside, Zhu Ding and a few others rushed out from the spreading rune energy. A few of them were in a difficult situation, their faces pale. Bastard! At this time, Zhu Ding's face was also extremely ugly. He did not expect that under the encirclement of a group of people, that kid actually managed to escape. Woo-woo! Not long after the talisman formation was forcefully broken, a large group of figures appeared in the distant sky. They gradually grew larger and larger, bringing with them the howling of the wind that filled the sky. The collapse of the sea of trees caused the sea of trees to rise and fall. Many flying demonic beasts circled over. Whoosh whoosh. In front of the flying demonic beasts there were 6 figures that were even faster than the flying demonic beasts. They quickly landed on the messy mountainside. They were Bing Qianli, Qin Lang, and the sexy and enchanting tall lady. Zhu Ding, where's that little bastard, did you catch him? Bing Qianli landed, his gaze immediately scanned the surroundings. Then, he saw the rather difficult situation of Zhu Ding and the rest. His face slightly changed, as if he had already guessed the result. Zhu Ding's face was ugly, his face was ashen as he said, "That little bastard set up a glyph formation, this daddy here is trapped. He probably can't run far, he's right in front. Chase, quickly chase him, we must not let that little bastard go." Bing Qianli roared, his face ashen as he tightly clenched his fists. He had been toyed with time and time again. This time, he had missed again, causing him to be on the verge of collapse. When he had just arrived, Bing Qianli was still cursing loudly. If he saw Du Xiaofu, he would definitely skin that kid alive. Who knew that he would rush over, but who knew that he would miss again? Whoosh whoosh. In a short period of time, the depressed and furious group of people immediately chased in the direction that Du Xiaofu had left. They all wished that they could raise this mountain range to the ground, and swore that they would definitely dig 3 feet into the ground to find Du Xiaofu. One by one, the furious figures gradually disappeared into the distance. The mountain peak that had just had a shocking commotion regained its calm. Whoosh! Just as the furious figures disappeared into the distance, a purple-robed figure returned and jumped down from a towering tree. Like a ghost, the purple-robed figure lifted a huge rock and once again rushed into the cave. Then, he tightly sealed the cave. The most dangerous place is the safest place. You guys take your time to find him. Inside the cave, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged. His face was deathly pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He had just broken through at a critical moment, and was disturbed, causing him to almost go berserk. I need to break through as soon as possible, or else it will be troublesome. Du Xiaofu muttered softly, and once again condensed a cultivation hand seal. The profound qi in his body shuttled through his meridians, and circulated endlessly around his body. A moment later, Du Xiaofu's body was once again enveloped in a pale golden halo of light. Walala! The mysterious runes on the talisman began to spread and fluctuate. The profound qi leaked out from the pores of his entire body, like tiny pale golden energy snakes shuttling back and forth. The profound qi leaked out more and more, and the pale golden halo around his body also became more and more vibrant. After an unknown amount of time, Du Xiaofu's entire body was enveloped in a golden light, and under the light of a pale golden talisman rune barrier that was tens of meters in diameter. And in this wonderful feeling, Du Xiaofu could vaguely feel that the bones, muscles, internal organs, meridians, flesh, and blood in his body were all emitting waves of comfortable feeling. His body was once again receiving the greatest amount of nourishment, and under this nourishment, his body would become stronger and stronger. Two cultivators who practiced the same body cultivation technique had different cultivation levels, and the strength of their bodies were also different. Every time a cultivator broke through, they would try their best to obtain the greatest benefits from the breakthrough. Among these benefits, there was also energy that could directly allow the body to undergo the greatest degree of refinement. Although Du Xiaofu practiced the cultivation technique of the golden-winged great rock, the principle was the same. Just like two real golden-winged great rocks, their cultivation levels were different, and in terms of the strength of their bodies, there was naturally a difference in strength. Not long ago, Du Xiaofu's chaotic aura was affected because he was at the critical juncture of his breakthrough. At this moment, it was continuously calming down, and finally, it gradually returned to normal. However, during the process of calming down, Du Xiaofu was also on tenterhooks. If he was disturbed at the critical juncture of his breakthrough, it was very likely that it would affect his breakthrough. Even if he was lucky and did not suffer from qi deviation, he might not be able to recover in a short period of time. Fortunately, none of the bad things that came with it happened again. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had almost completely refined all of the energy from the Medicine King's medicinal pellets and the spiritual medicines that he had swallowed. The profound energy that filled Du Xiaofu's meridians became more and more abundant, almost to the point of swelling. It caused the golden talisman mysterious runes to envelop his body, which was sitting cross-legged, to tremble slightly. Compress! After a while, Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, and the profound energy within his meridians surged, compressing all of it into the divine watchtower. Walala! At the same time, the dazzling golden light from the mysterious runes around Du Xiaofu's body seemed to have suddenly formed a golden vortex, and was instantly sucked into the surface of his body. Huff huff! Suddenly, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's aura began to rise violently. Bam! Almost at the same time, the interior of the divine watchtower trembled, as if there was a low muffled sound. The aura broke through the bottleneck and rose all the way, accompanied by a golden light that bloomed in the cave. After dawn, light shot out from the east. It was like the beginning of chaos, when light and darkness separated and gathered in the sky. Then, the sky was filled with red clouds, the mountains were filled with golden waves, and the red sun and the morning glow gushed out, dazzling the golden light. Whoo! Within the mountain cave, the golden glow around Du Xiaofu's body was slowly withdrawn into his body. His eyelashes moved slightly before he opened his eyes. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air. A faint golden glow was revealed within his deep eyes. A feeling of fullness filled his body, causing his entire body to have an indescribable carefree feeling. Pulsation stage, Nirvana realm. Sensing the profound energy in his body, Du Xiaofu had a slight smile on his face. He carefully sensed his body, and the profound energy in the divine watchtower became denser and more condensed. The profound energy surged, bringing with it a majestic feeling of power. At this moment, Du Xiaofu also felt that there was a great difference in his physical body that only he could detect. This difference would make his physical body stronger, and when facing an enemy, he would be able to display a greater effect. After breaking through to the Nirvana realm, Du Xiaofu heaved a sigh of relief. His strength had increased by quite a bit, and he now had the ability to contend against the Tianwu Academy's law enforcement squad. However, Du Xiaofu also knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to truly contend against the entire Tianwu Academy's law enforcement squad. Sensing the profound energy in his body, Du Xiaofu estimated that his strength had once again increased by quite a bit. Now, even if he relied on the normal strength of his original body, he should be able to contend against a cultivator at the initial stage of the pulse spirit stage. If he added some tricks, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to deal with those at Tai Hu's level. It's time to go out. After taking a deep breath, Du Xiaofu stood up. His pitch-black eyes had become even deeper, making one feel as though they were looking at the stars in the sky. There was a faint golden light in his eyes, making him look indescribably bewitching. Chapter 229. The red sun had just risen. Within the continuous mountain range, the mountain peaks were inky blue, the cliffs and precipitous rocks dyed crimson-red by the rays of the sun, gradually turning into an ancient bronze color. Leader, I heard that Senior Qin Lang, Senior Bing Qianli, Senior Zhu Ding, and Senior Du Xiaoman's teams have all suffered losses. That little bastard Du Xiaofu is really extraordinary. Within the dense forest, a youth in short robes, holding a broadsword in his hand, looked ahead warily as he searched. I heard from their team that Senior Qin Lang, Senior Bing Qianli, and Senior Du Xiaoman were even toyed with by that little bastard twice, chasing rabbits for quite some time. A youth in tight robes holding a stick could not help but laugh. In the team of 9 people, the leader was a youth in his 20s. His face was handsome, his skin yellow, and his whole body exuded a sense of power. His eyes were black and bright as he opened his mouth and said, That brat is quite clever, but he doesn't dare to fight Bing Qianli, Qin Lang, and the others head-on. His strength is probably not that high. If we find that brat, we'll go all out to capture him first. Careful. Just as he finished speaking, the leading youth seemed to have sensed something. With a light shout, his footsteps came to a halt. His gaze swept across the dense forest all around him, and a gust of green xianqi also surged out from his body at once. Swish, swish. At this moment, the surrounding 8 people's xianqi surged at the same time, their weapons unsheathed. Instantly they formed a circle with their backs against each other, and a terrifying aura exploded outwards. Without a doubt, none of these 9 people were weaklings. Their reactions were quick, and they were very experienced. Chi-la-la! At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth and the surroundings fluctuated, the energy howling. Above. Not good, it's a talisman array. Retreat quickly! The leading youth shouted softly, and abruptly raised his head. At this moment, on top of a towering tree, a purple-robed youth was enveloped in a white divine glow. Waves of strange energy fluctuations linked up with the energy of heaven and earth around him. His hand seals changed, and abruptly converged, turning into array flags one after another. I can't retreat! Void illusion formation! The purple-robed young man swooped down, and a total of 12 array flags appeared in his hand. All of them emanated a shocking fluctuation. With a wave of his hand, the 12 array flags immediately swept out and sealed off the area where the 9 people were. Swish, swish! The 12 formation flags enveloped the 9 people who were about to retreat with lightning speed and trajectory. Boom! The 12 array flags quickly merged into the space, causing the air in the surrounding forest to violently fluctuate. Runes spread out in the air, mobilizing the energy of the 5 elements runes in the surroundings. Then, a powerful array symbol emerged, causing the space to become chaotic. Waves of strange energy dazzled the eyes of those who looked at it, causing their souls to tremble and stab with pain. Wind and clouds surged in the surrounding space of the dense forest. Glyph arrays appeared, covering a large area with a power that made one tremble with fear. Chi-la! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a figure soared into the sky like lightning and quickly broke through the array symbol's encirclement. A terrifying, profound energy fluctuation condensed into an astonishing attack power, and directly blasted towards Du Xiaofu. The glyph light was dazzling, and its power was monstrous, as if it could destroy everything. The purple-robed young man's figure had just landed far away from the array symbol. Looking at the attack that was swooping down, he suddenly raised his hand and blasted out a fist that was wrapped in a pale golden light, directly colliding with the attack. Bang! The muffled sound was like thunder, resounding through the dense forest. The vast and mighty energy directly broke the trunk of a towering tree in the surroundings, causing it to collapse with a rumble, causing leaves to scatter all over the sky. Bang! Under the enormous impact, the purple-robed young man took a step back, and his body swayed. Chi-la-la! The former's body landed on the ground, and he was pushed back a meter. Then, he raised his head, and on his heroic face, shock gushed out from his jet-black eyes. He stared closely at the purple-robed young man in front of him, and said, "You are Du Xiaofu?" The purple-robed young man was Du Xiaofu, who had just broken through not long ago. Not long after leaving the mountain cave, he met this enforcement team not far away. Having just broken through and greatly increased his strength, Du Xiaofu wanted to take the initiative to attack. He quietly approached and suddenly set up a glyph array, but he did not expect this heroic youth to be able to quickly break through the array's encirclement. Peak of the initial pulse spirit stage. His gaze moved as he looked at the heroic youth. Although he was also at the initial pulse spirit stage, his aura seemed to be even more tyrannical than Tai Hu's. Hearing the former's question, he nodded at the heroic youth and said, "I am the person you are looking for. A perfect 3-star glyph array symbol. Rumor has it that you cultivate both martial and talisman arts. You are indeed capable." The heroic youth looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Xiang Tianin, the captain of the 6th Enforcement Team." Du Xiaofu looked at Xiang Tianin and said, "You are also on the martial ranking? Ranked 89 on the martial ranking." Xiang Tianin looked at Du Xiaofu, and then glanced sideways at the glyph array behind him. The expression in his eyes fluctuated as he said, "How about you undo the glyph array? I will fight you alone. If you win, I will immediately leave and will not surround and capture you. If you lose, I will naturally capture you and bring you back. Is that okay? Capture me first if you have the ability. The glyph array will not take their lives, so you do not need to be too worried," Du Xiaofu said. "All right, then I will capture you first." As Xiang Tianin's voice faded, a nearly 3 feet long broadsword instantly appeared in his hand. Boom! With the appearance of the broadsword, a mighty energy suddenly surged out. The broadsword seemed to have a life of its own. Suddenly, the runes on it surged, causing the surrounding energy of heaven and earth to fluctuate and be sucked in. The space around the broadsword formed an energy vortex. The wind whistled in the dense forest, and the sand and pebbles were flying. A terrifying energy was gathering. What a powerful spiritual weapon! Du Xiaofu's gaze was fixed on the broadsword in Xiang Tianin's hand. This broadsword was much more powerful than the spiritual weapon in Lu Tianxiao's hand that he had encountered in Dark Forest Town. It was most likely of a much higher grade. A spiritual weapon! I can feel the aura of a spiritual weapon! Boy, let me eat that spiritual weapon! At this moment, Du Xiaofu heard a young and tender voice. This voice seemed to be transmitted from his mind. Hearing this voice, Du Xiaofu's brows immediately furrowed. He reached into his clothes and a palm-sized bronze mountain peak stone appeared in his hand. It was the demon stone that had been clamoring to rest after swallowing a spiritual weapon. However, Jinqi Chun had called this stone a divine stone. "Have you rested well? Why should I let you eat that spiritual weapon? Last time, you already ate a spiritual weapon. What a wastrel," Du Xiaofu said to the demon stone. "It's only a spiritual weapon. Eating that spiritual weapon will benefit me. If you let me eat that spiritual weapon, I will give you benefits." The demon stone's voice still resounded in Du Xiaofu's mind. The young and tender voice seemed to be honest with both the old and the young. Then, it intentionally added, "If I help you, the speed at which you break through to the pulse spirit stage will be much faster. I don't want to break through too quickly. If I break through too quickly, it won't be of much benefit to me in the future," Du Xiaofu said to the mountain peak stone. Then, he raised his eyebrows and said, "However, I still plan to let you eat that spiritual weapon." Du Xiaofu remembered that his big brother Jinqi Chun had said that his pulse spirit was related to the demon stone. This meant that there was a relationship between them. This relationship was very strange. Therefore, he must study his pulse spirit. If he did not understand it well enough, it would affect his cultivation. It would be best if he could let the demon stone help him understand it. It would be enough to achieve twice the results with half the effort. If he could achieve something with the demon stone's pulse spirit, the benefits would not be inferior to the golden rock cultivation technique. What an arrogant brat! Seeing Du Xiaofu take out a stone and talk to himself as if he did not take him seriously, Xiang Tianyin was puzzled. Then, his eyes darkened. He activated his saber art and leaped out. The spiritual weapon in his hand suddenly burst out. Whoosh! The spiritual weapon's saber light slashed down. There was a loud explosion in the air. A powerful saber light swept across the sky. Chi la la! Under the broad back of the heavy saber, the aftermath of the terrifying saber radiance spread out. Wherever it passed, cracks instantly spread on the ground. The towering trees that had just been broken in the middle were directly uprooted and cracked, turning into powder. Brat, let's see how arrogant you can be. If you have the ability, then you can take my mountain splitting first. Xiang Tianyin's body instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. A mighty aura swept out. On the broad back of the heavy saber, the saber light seemed to have materialized and swept out in all directions. Chi la la! The space trembled like a bomb. The surrounding trees were uprooted and collapsed with a rumbling sound. In the face of such a terrifying saber light, Du Xiaofu was also quite moved. The strength of this Xiang Tianyin was much more tyrannical than that of Lu Tianxiao. Go! At the same time, the demon stone in Du Xiaofu's hand, wrapped in golden light, was directly thrown out. It directly broke through the air and hit the saber light that swept over. Ha ha! There's another spiritual weapon to eat! The demon stone's excited voice came out. Then, a stream of light flowed out. The golden talisman mysterious pattern spread out. A terrifying aura burst out like a flood. It directly destroyed the layers of materialized saber light with a destructive force. Kacha, kacha! Then, an incredible scene appeared. Within the golden talisman mysterious pattern, the heavy saber in Xiang Tianyin's hand emitted a crisp sound like a child eating potato chips. The sound was like the sound of firecrackers exploding. Then, starting from the tip of the saber body directly began to crack. Pieces of the saber body directly disappeared. It was wrapped by the golden talisman mysterious pattern, and then directly disappeared. It was incomparably strange and disappeared as fast as lightning. Xiao Yu got up late very depraved. There's no other reason. The more he slept, the more he slept. Then, he overslept, so the update at noon was delayed. Once again, I apologize to everyone. Now I will continue to work hard to rush the manuscript. I beg for forgiveness. Chapter 230. My mountain splitter, how could it be like this? No. Xiang Tianyin's expression changed drastically, his body retreating rapidly. However, he could not shake off the golden talisman engravings that wrapped around the blade. In just a short time, the large saber spirit weapon disappeared before his eyes. Pfft! With the spirit weapon in his hand swallowed up, Xiang Tianyin was also greatly affected, spitting out a mouthful of dark red blood. Stormy Wave's palm! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure flashed forward like a ghost, the palm print in his hand striking out with the force of a thunderbolt. The instant Xiang Tianyin spat out blood, the palm print landed directly on his chest. Pun! A low muffled sound rang out, and Xiang Tiannin's figure flew backwards, crashing heavily into a towering tree, breaking it apart. Vertical cracks spread across the huge tree trunk, swaying and then collapsing. Pfft! Xiang Tiannin opened his mouth again, spitting out blood. However, at this speed, Xiang Tiannin's body immediately shot up. As an expert ranked 89th on the martial roll, Xiang Tiannin's own strength was unquestionable. Sky-shaking wings! A golden light burst out, and a domineering and fierce chi swept across the sky. It wrapped around Xiang Tianning, who had just been ejected, with a thunderous force. Xiang Tianning's body, which had just been ejected, was sent flying like a stone. Pum! Losing in one move meant losing the entire game. Xiang Tianning's body landed heavily in the distance, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake, blood spurting out wildly. In a situation where the two of them were about equal in strength, a single mistake was enough to cause the entire game to be lost, with no possibility of a comeback. Due to the influence and mistake caused by the swallowing of the spirit weapon in his hand, Xiang Tiannin was now being forcefully suppressed by Du Xiaofu. Restriction! As Xiang Tiannin's body crashed to the ground, Du Xiaofu's figure shot out, the runic handprint in his hand condensing, and then landed directly on Xiang Tiannin's body, restricting the Xian Qi in his acupoints. Such a method was not difficult for any pulsating realm cultivator. Xiang Tianning was restrained and could no longer move. His eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. At this point, Xiang Tianning still could not believe what had just happened. How could he be defeated by Du Xiaofu? You lost, so some things belong to me. Du Xiaofu smiled and took out the Qianquan bag from Xiang Tianning's arms. He continued to search and took out another points card. Under Xiang Tianning's twitching gaze, Du Xiaofu skillfully stuffed the Qianquan bag into his chest pocket. Then, he swallowed the points on Xiang Tianning's card into his own. That was a total of 30,000 points. As expected of an expert on the martial roll. He has so many points. Du Xiaofu's face was brimming with a smile. Then, his figure flashed out, and rushed into the large charm array not far away. Bang, bang, bang! Within the charm array, a series of low, muffled sounds could be heard. Then silence ensued. After a while, the charm array disappeared and 12 formation flags appeared out of thin air. They then turned into dazzling runes and returned to Du Xiaofu's body. Thank you for the gift from the law enforcement team. Du Xiaofu swaggered off, leaving behind a bunch of injured law enforcement team members who were restrained. At this time, all of the law enforcement team members were restrained. Their eyes were twitching and their faces were pale. Their Qianquan bags were forcibly taken away from them, and the points on their points cards were directly reduced to 0. Swoosh, swoosh! Not long after, in the dense forest, the sound of wind breaking resounded. Flying mounts circled in the sky above, and dozens of figures flashed down. The first few people were Bing Qianli, Qin Lang, Zhu Ding, and the sexy and enchanting tall woman. When the dozens of people saw the appearance of Xiang Tianning's law enforcement team, their eyes turned ashen and embarrassed. My Qianquan bag! My points! I've been saving them for half a year. I've been saving my points for 9 months. After the restraints on the law enforcement team members were removed, they were all in pain. Their hearts were bleeding. Bing Qianli spent a lot of effort before finally removing the restraints on Xiang Tianning. He immediately asked, Xiang Tianning, what happened? Did you meet Du Xiaofu? Xiang Tianning nodded. The corner of his mouth was dripping with blood. The pain in his heart was no less than any of the law enforcement team members. He said to Bing Qianli and the rest, I was ambushed by his charm array. My spiritual weapon was destroyed. That Du Xiaofu is very strong, but the scariest thing about him is his strangeness. Hearing this, Bing Qianli, Qin Lang, Zhu Ding, and the rest were all shocked. They were very clear about Xiang Tianning's strength. An entire law enforcement team was wiped out. This was too shocking. Was that kid really just a right-in student? Based on Du Xiaofu's age, even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he would not be able to reach such a level. At dusk, the setting sun rolled in the golden-red clouds. It passed through the mountain range and then sank into the dark horizon. I didn't expect Xiang Tianyin to withdraw. How could he not withdraw? He was already heavily injured by Du Xiaofu. Xiang Tianyin is ranked 89 on the martial ranking. That Du Xiaofu is too strong. He's really abnormal. I heard that Xiang Tianyin's spiritual weapon Mountain Splitter was destroyed. The law enforcement team's points and Qiankun bag were all snatched by that Du Xiaofu. That brat Du Xiaofu is too savage, too terrifying. When the news came from the back of the mountain, the whole school was shocked. Everyone was stunned. Halfway up the mountain, in a courtyard, Zhu Qing was lying on a bed. His face was as pale as ash, and his eyes were blank. Zhu Qing seemed to have not recovered from the shock for the past 2 days. He had not accepted the fact that he was a cripple. Perhaps he was not willing to believe that he had become a cripple at this time. At this time, the sun was setting outside the window. The sunlight shone in through the window. There was a young man standing quietly in the light of the window. Shrouded in the multicolored light, this young man had a face that seemed to have been carefully sculpted. He seemed to have a gentle and composed temperament. His figure was slender and elegant, and he wore a fitting dark red robe. His 10 fingers were long and slender, and his entire person carried an extraordinary aura. Don't worry. I will arrange for you to go back. Although you will never be a warrior again, with the foundation of the Zhu family, you will have a much better life than many people, the young man said to Zhu Qing. The curve of his lips was quite perfect. It seemed that he always had a smile on his face. His voice was very calm. Zhu Qing looked at the young man. Suddenly, his blank eyes surged with hatred. His eyes were bloodshot. He said in a shrill voice, "Cousin, I want that boy to die. I want him to die without a complete corpse. I want to grind his bones and scatter his ashes. Let him go. I know what to do. I will explain it to uncle and auntie. Otherwise, I won't have the face to see them," the young man said softly. A scarlet glint flashed across his eyes. His appearance and expression gave off a sharp feeling. Walala! At night, in the square of Tianwu Academy, the runes on the huge jade wall flickered. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth. The light soared into the sky, illuminating the mountain range as though it was daytime. The bounty board has been updated. Let's go and see what's going on. I wonder who made it to the top 100 on the bounty board. It has been a long time since the last update. There are over 1,000 bounties on the bounty board, and we can find them within the academy. However, only those who enter the top 100 can appear on the bounty board. I wonder who has entered the top 100 of our academy's bounty board. As the dazzling runes soared into the sky, a huge crowd surged out from the various mountain peaks of the academy and headed towards the square. A moment later, the dazzling light on the towering jade wall dimmed slightly. However, it was still shining brightly. Among the 100 names on the jade wall, the 88th name emitted a dazzling crimson glow. The crimson glow was similar to the crimson glow emitted by the first 5 names on the jade wall. Of the first 5 names, the first was Blood Demon, and the second was Du Tingxian. 88th name Du Xiaofu. It's really Du Xiaofu. That lad actually made it to the bounty board. He killed 2 seniors, crippled 3 seniors, arrested the enforcers, and stole so many cosmos sacks. It would be strange if that lad didn't make it to the bounty board. 88th, that should be a bounty of 180,000 points. I guess that Du Xiaofu would make it to the bounty board. To think that he really did it. This is truly unprecedented in the academy. When everyone's gazes landed on the 88th name on the jade wall, a commotion broke out. Since he's on the bounty board, that means that everyone can participate in the hunt. Why don't we form a team to hunt him down? That's 180,000 points we're talking about. Even Xiang Tianyin isn't a match for him. What's the point of forming a team? You might even be killed by that Du Xiaofu. Do you think that Du Xiaofu doesn't dare to kill anyone? In front of the bounty board that was abuzz with discussion, the news of this year's nominal student, Du Xiaofu, rushing to the top of the bounty board with lightning speed immediately spread throughout the entire academy. In fact, this news was gradually spreading throughout the empire. Given Tianwu Academy standing in the empire, there were definitely many major powers and clans paying attention to Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu's name was quietly spreading among the various major powers in the empire. At this moment, the person in question, Du Xiaofu, was hiding in a cave under the moonless and windy night. The entrance of the cave was sealed tightly by a huge rock that was specially polished. Within the cave, Du Xiaofu's hand seals were spreading all over his body. His cosmos sacs were opened one after another, and a small mountain of cultivation materials was piled up in front of him. Thank you, Brother G111, for your reward of 40,000 points. Chapter 231. Martial Techniques, Spiritual Herbs, Cultivation Coins, Elixirs, and so on. I'm rich now. I didn't expect Tianwu Academy's students to be so rich. Du Xiaofu held a glowing spirit herb in his mouth like a toothpick and slowly chewed on it. After that, he sorted out the spirit herbs, medicinal pills, martial skills and other items that were piled up like a small mountain in front of him and put them into his Jiankun bag. You wastrel, shut up! Suddenly, Du Xiaofu seemed to have discovered something. He picked up a rock beside him and threw it fiercely at a palm-sized mountain-shaped rock that was stealthily approaching him. Chi! However, Du Xiaofu was still a step too late. On the mountain-shaped rock, a golden talisman pattern surged out, directly covering the glowing spiritual herb and swallowing it. However, the rock that he threw also smashed into the mountain-shaped rock. Ka! The rock that Du Xiaofu threw turned into fine powder, but the mountain-shaped rock remained unscathed. However, a mournful and tender voice immediately sounded out. It hurts so much. Brat, are you trying to kill me? What do you mean it hurts? Stop pretending. You've already eaten a few of my spiritual herbs, don't push your luck. Du Xiaofu ignored the demon stone and quickly put the spiritual herbs and elixirs into his Jiankun pouch to prevent the demon stone from eating them. So what if I eat a few of your spiritual herbs? Can it be compared to the golden plum you stole from me? The demon stone was unconvinced. It felt that it had not repaid the price. However, just as it was about to steal more spiritual herbs, it realized that all the spiritual herbs and elixirs had already been put into Du Xiaofu's Jiankun pouch. You also ate 2 of my spiritual tools. How do you want to settle this? Du Xiaofu kept the last of the martial techniques and cultivation coins into his Jiankun pouch, then fixed his gaze on the demon stone. The first time you used me as a shield. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Today, I am also helping you. I feel that with your current strength, it will be very difficult for you to deal with that guy with the spiritual weapon. He is very strong, the demon stone said. On the surface of the stone, there was a faint golden light flickering, faintly discernible. But you asked me to give you that spiritual weapon to eat. What happened to the benefits you promised me? Looking at the demon stone, Du Xiaofu didn't want to talk about old grudges. The benefits were the most important. Don't worry. I will give you something good, but not now, the demon stone said to Du Xiaofu. When was that? You can't lie to me. I'm an honest person. Du Xiaofu had a suspicious look in his eyes. He wondered if he had been tricked by the demon stone. When did you become honest? What a joke. The demon stone's tender voice clearly contained a disdainful smile. After which, it said to Du Xiaofu, You should know that your vain spirit is related to me. That's right. Du Xiaofu nodded. Looking at the demon stone, there was a puzzled look on his face. He asked, Actually, I have always wanted to know. How is my vain spirit related to you? You don't know? The demon stone's voice was also stunned. On the surface of its body, there was a pair of eyes that looked like real eyes staring curiously at Du Xiaofu. What do I know? Du Xiaofu was even more puzzled. It shouldn't be. How can you not know? The demon stone's eyes flickered as he murmured. Looking at Du Xiaofu's eyes, he could tell that Du Xiaofu wasn't lying. After which, he continued, You have a unique type of martial vein in your body. It's very powerful and very special. Because of your extremely powerful martial vein, and because I was too weak at that time, your martial vein devoured some of my essence blood, and in the end, it became the vein spirit that you condensed. If I didn't desperately escape, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you. My martial vein is very strong? Du Xiaofu was puzzled. His martial vein was originally a trash martial vein. It was broken. Only after practicing the mysterious technique that could restore martial veins did it start to recover a little. Could it be related to the mysterious technique? Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu stopped thinking about his martial vein. He stared at the demon stone and said, "That's right, where did you come from? Why did you appear in the 1,000 caves?" The demon stone hesitated for a moment, then looked at Du Xiaofu. Its eyes started to become hazy. It said, "Actually, I don't know. I also want to know where I came from. Every time my strength increases a little, I know more things. Many things are like a dream. I appeared in the 1,000 caves because I knew there was a spirit herb there. Who would have thought that after waiting for 10 years, when the spirit herb finally matured, it would be snatched away by you before I could do anything? I even nearly lost my life. How did you know there was a golden plum in the 1,000 caves? Also, there was a seal there. How did you get in?" Du Xiaofu pondered for a moment, and asked the demon stone. The demon stone blinked and proudly said to Du Xiaofu, "I have a special feeling for spirit herbs, spirit tools, and the like. As long as I get close to them, I can feel them. Ordinary seals and glyph arrays are useless to me. I can directly ignore them. Being able to sense spirit herbs and ignoring seals and glyph arrays." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly lit up. His gaze fell on the demon stone's body, and his eyes fluctuated. The demon stone glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, "Your vein spirit is related to me. If you can properly comprehend it, you will be able to ignore ordinary seals and glyph arrays in the future. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to learn the ability to discover spirit herbs." "I can also ignore seals and glyph arrays?" Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly surged with joy. The special expression in his eyes when he looked at the demon stone also faded. "Of course. This is also one of the benefits I will give you. When I break through next time, I will let you enter my spirit seal realm. At that time, you will be able to comprehend everything that I have comprehended. For you, this will be a great benefit. Not many people's vain spirits can be comprehended like this." The demon stone said. "Sounds very good." Du Xiaofu's face revealed a smile. The demon stone stared at Du Xiaofu and continued, "However, in exchange, you have to find me spirit herbs, spirit tools, and heavenly treasures to eat. Only by eating these can I improve the fastest. The higher the level of spirit herbs, spirit tools, and heavenly treasures, the greater the benefits to me. You only want to eat spirit herbs, spirit tools, and heavenly treasures. You dare to ask?" Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's face suddenly became ugly. He said, "I also want to eat spirit herbs, heavenly treasures, and spirit tools." The demon stone glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, "If you don't agree, then let's go our separate ways. At the very most, I will find them myself. If a spirit tool master finds you, he will definitely be interested in refining you into a spirit tool," Du Xiaofu said with a smile on his face. The demon stone laughed disdainfully and said, "Boy, do you think I am so easy to refine?" Du Xiaofu frowned and said, "Even if you are an extraordinary demon stone, there will always be a spirit tool master in this world who can refine you. You will not be any better." The smile on the demon stone's face suddenly froze. It fiercely glared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Then do you think you can protect me with your strength? After I make another breakthrough, I am afraid you will not be as good as me." Du Xiaofu looked at the demon stone and slightly raised his eyebrows. He then smiled and asked, "You just said you can find spirit herbs and spirit tools?" "Of course, but it must be within a certain distance. If it is too far, I can't do it now. The stronger I am, the farther I can feel the distance." The demon stone said, "Okay, I agree. In the future, you will let me understand your understanding and strengthen my pulse spirit. I will find spirit herbs and spirit tools for you. However, you will also have to take me to find spirit herbs. When the time comes, we will split it half. Du Xiaofu said. The demon stone blinked and seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then, it looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Okay, deal. Deal. Du Xiaofu nodded his head with a smile on his face. Then, his gaze darkened and he muttered, I have to find a more secluded place. It seems like I am about to make a breakthrough in the Spirit Talisman Master realm. The next morning, the first rays of the morning sun shone through the sky. In the entire Tianwu Academy, the news of Du Xiaofu entering the 86th place on the Academy's bounty board had spread like wildfire. It was said that when the news spread, many seniors immediately formed teams to search for Du Xiaofu at the back of the mountain. A reward of 180,000 points on the bounty board was definitely enough to move the hearts of the students in the academy. The temptation was irresistible. It was said that many of the top-ranked experts on the martial ranking had also entered the back of the mountain to join the teams searching for Du Xiaofu. Amidst this vast search and the attention of the entire academy, another 2 days passed. However, there was still no news of Du Xiaofu. It was as though Du Xiaofu had suddenly vanished from the back of the mountain. The enforcement team didn't find any traces of him for the past 2 days. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the surroundings. In a deep valley, the shape of the valley was slightly different from the other valleys in the mountain range. The surrounding rocks were stacked in layers and were messy, yet majestic and peculiar. On both sides of the deep valley, there were several towering mountains. They were so tall that one would feel dizzy. With the deep valley at the bottom, it was terrifyingly quiet. So, a mouse the size of a palm appeared on a rock on the mountain peak. This mouse was very strange. It was the size of a palm, but it was hairless. Instead, it was covered with earthy black scales. Its small eyes shone brightly, as if it was sniffing around for something. He should be in the vicinity. The innate ability of the Earth Spirit Rat is never wrong. It sensed that lad's aura nearby. Several figures appeared on the mountain peak, and behind them were dozens of young men and women. The ones leading the group were Bing Qianli, Qin Lang, Zhu Ding, the sexy and seductive tall lady, and the others from Tianwu Academy's enforcement team. Chapter 232. We won't be tricked again this time, right? Qin Lang was a little doubtful. Having already been tricked twice, he really did not have much confidence this time. Don't worry, although the Earth Spirit Mouse's level is extremely low, and when it reaches its peak, it will still only be a Hotian demonic beast. However, in terms of detecting auras, it has absolute talent. As his words fell, Bing Qianli once again placed the 2 badges he had obtained from the cave and the back of the Scarlet Fire Rabbit in front of the Earth Spirit Mouse's nose for it to sniff again. It's been so many days. That kid is already on the bounty list, but we still haven't captured him. If he's captured by someone else in the end, our reputation as a law enforcement team will be completely lost. Xu Ding said. Don't worry if someone else from the martial role gets involved. I believe that someone from the other 3 enforcement squads will definitely come out. Qin Lang said, and then turned to look at the sexy and enchanting tall lady beside him. Besides, Senior Du is still here. As long as we find that Du Xiaofu first, that kid won't be able to escape. Let's find him first. This Du Xiaofu is definitely not easy to deal with. From the current situation, even if we meet him, I'm afraid that we may not be able to do anything to that kid. The sexy and enchanting lady parted her red lips slightly. Every single action of hers seemed to possess an indescribable allure, causing quite a number of young men's gazes to secretly glance at her long and straight legs along the way. Squeak, squeak. Just at this moment, the Earth Spirit Mouse on the rock suddenly squeaked, and then immediately climbed down the steep cliff at the foot of the mountain. Below the cliff, there was a cloud of mist, and in a short while, all traces of the Earth Spirit Mouse disappeared. No wonder we couldn't find that kid no matter how hard we tried. So he hid so well. Hurry down, that Du Xiaofu must be down there. Instantly, dozens of figures released their profound energy and began to crawl down the cliff. The pulse spirit practitioners immediately leapt into the air and directly leapt down the cliff. Within the secluded valley, the surroundings were bare and densely packed with rocks. Above, there was a thick cloud of mist. The area of the valley was not too large, and it was surrounded by towering mountain peaks. In addition to the thick cloud of mist, even if a flying demonic beast flew past, it would be difficult to spy on the bottom. No one would deliberately climb down the high cliff to explore a small valley that was hard to find. This was indeed a good place to hide. Walala! At this moment, a purple-robed youth sat cross-legged on a flat rock. His entire body shrouded in a mystical white light, like a white divine light, as an oppressive aura of aura. If one were to sense it carefully, they would be able to sense that the aura of the purple-robed young man was gradually increasing. Chi! Suddenly, several figures leaped down from the clouds and mist above. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! 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 One figure after another appeared in the valley. Profound energy fluctuated as numerous pairs of eyes immediately landed on the purple-robed youth on the rock at the center of the valley. There's someone here! It's a youth! All of a sudden, all of their gazes trembled. Waves of profound energy fluctuations intensified, and many people immediately gripped their weapons tightly, ready for battle. The sexy and enchanting woman who jumped down from the clouds also looked at the purple-robed youth who was wrapped in a white divine light. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? When she clearly saw the handsome face within the white divine light that revealed a resolute and sharp will, the fiery woman's eyes trembled in an instant. Her delicate body couldn't help but suddenly tremble. She was so shocked that her delicate face changed color, and she was dumbfounded. It's that kid! He's Du Xiaofu! He's preparing to break through! Zhu Ding shouted. He had fought with the young man in front of him before. However, the young man had escaped from his hands. Now that they met again, his eyes were red with jealousy. Is it this kid? I've finally found him! Qin Lang's pupils constricted. His gaze had long since locked onto the purple-robed youth who was wrapped in white light. Ha ha! Bing Qianli laughed out loud, revealing the anger that had accumulated over the past few days. He said, Attack, capture this kid! We must skin this little bastard alive later! Attack! Several auras of the Meridian Spirit Realm took the lead. Bing Qianli, Qin Lang, Zhu Ding, as well as the sword-wielding woman and youth, 5 figures pounced out at the same time. They were afraid that Du Xiaofu would run away again, so they had to capture Du Xiaofu first. Everyone, you may leave! A crisp voice rang out, and in the blink of an eye, a voluptuous figure appeared in front of the 5 of them, blocking their path. The person who blocked them was the sexy and enchanting woman. A powerful, profound energy fluctuation spread out, directly blocking the 5 of them. Swish! The 5 of them were blocked, and the 5 of them slowly landed on the ground. The 5 of them immediately raised their heads to look at the sexy and enchanting woman. Senior Xiaoman, what's wrong? The sword-wielding woman looked at the sexy and enchanting woman and asked. Her eyes were filled with doubt, and the others were also puzzled. On the sexy and enchanting woman's face, there was still some surprise that had not faded. She looked at the sword-wielding woman, Qin Lang, Bing Qianli and the rest. After taking a deep breath, her red lips opened slightly and said, He's breaking through. No matter what, it's not appropriate for us to attack now. Let's wait until he breaks through. Senior Du, are you sure? That kid is extraordinary. Now that he is making a breakthrough, it is our best opportunity. If we wait for him to make a breakthrough, it will be really difficult for us to capture that kid, Zhu Ding said. Senior Du, we have to attack now. There can't be any more accidents, Bing Qianli said in a deep voice. No matter what, we have to wait until he breaks through. Otherwise, he will have to defeat me first. The sexy woman looked at the 5 of them with a determined expression. Her tone was cold, and she did not seem to be joking. With a shake of her slender hand, a red sword immediately appeared in her palm. Buzz! As the long sword was held in the woman's slender hand, the sword vibrated and the runes flashed. The surrounding heaven and earth energy started to fluctuate. Senior Du, are you trying to protect that kid? Could it be that you are his accomplice? No wonder we couldn't find him. Bing Qianli's eyes suddenly darkened. Hearing this, the sword-wielding woman looked at Bing Qianli and said, Bing Qianli, what do you mean? How could Senior Xiaoman be his accomplice? I think that's the truth. Otherwise, why would she stop us from attacking? Bing Qianli said in a deep voice. You! The sword-wielding woman seemed to want to say something, but the sexy woman interrupted her and said, Xiaolu, this has nothing to do with you. I have to interfere. You can leave now. Hula! Just as the enchanting woman's voice fell, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly rippled behind her. Swoosh, swoosh! Everyone looked over and saw that within the white divine light, a tyrannical aura burst out from the purple-robed youth's body. The aura continued to rise. As the aura continued to rise, the dazzling runes and the pressure became stronger. The white divine light around Du Xiaofu became more intense. It was extremely mystical. That kid has already started to break through. We can't delay any longer. Zhu Ding, Guiqing, the two of you stop Du Xiaoman. Qin Lang, you and I will deal with that kid. We can't let him escape. As Bing Qianli said that, he had already dashed out. Bing Qianli, Senior Xiaoman is right. Wait for him to break through before attacking. You are too shameless to attack him at the critical moment of his breakthrough. The sword-wielding woman gritted her teeth and her dark chi surged. Her body flashed and the long sword in her hand slashed out. Every sword shadow that slashed out had a terrifying force that instantly enveloped Bing Qianli. Bing Qianli, you deal with that kid first. I will deal with Zhang Lu. Qin Lang's voice was heard. Dark chi surged out from the soles of his feet, and he blocked the sword-wielding woman. Palm prints flew out from his hands and forcefully blocked the sword radiance of the sword-wielding woman. Swoosh! The sexy woman moved and immediately blocked Bing Qianli. The runes on the long sword in her hand were dazzling and a mighty aura suddenly swept through the valley. Senior Du, sorry for the offense. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Ding and the other youth had already blocked in front of the sexy woman. Rumble! The two of them seemed to be afraid of the sexy woman in front of them. Hence, they attacked with all their might. Palm prints formed and a mighty attack swept out along with the runes and instantly enveloped the sexy woman. Bing Qianli, if you dare to hurt him, don't blame me. I will disregard the friendship between the academy and make you pay back 10 times. At this moment, the sexy woman's aura suddenly became fierce and she shouted loudly. However, she had no choice but to block Zhu Ding and Guiqing. The red long sword in her hand slashed out a sword radiance. Sword seals formed and rays of sword radiance instantly swept out. Looking from afar, the sword radiance seemed to be moving slowly. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see that the slow sword radiance was just an illusion. It was an illusion that the sword radiance was moving at an extremely fast speed. Every time the sword radiance slashed out, it would leave a sword-shaped afterimage in the air. In reality, it was as fast as lightning, and its aura was strong and fierce. Swoosh! At this moment, Bing Qianli's figure had already formed a series of afterimages. Violent dark chi surged out, and his fist was wrapped in a dazzling rune light. He directly punched towards Du Xiaofu, who was wrapped in a white divine radiance. Time to update. Brothers who have not slept yet, go to bed early after watching this. Chapter 233. Crackle, crackle. When such a punch was blasted out, there were continuous crackling sounds in the air. Under such a powerful impact, it was as if space was about to be torn apart. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, it was about to reach the edge of the white divine light around Du Xiaofu. Qi! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the white divine light around Du Xiaofu suddenly vanished like a bolt of lightning. His tightly shut eyes abruptly opened, and bright light flickered within them. Crackle! Before he could stand up from his cross-legged position, Du Xiaofu's arm shook in the face of the incoming fist. Rune energy surged out from his palm and collided with Bing Qianli's incoming fist. Bang! As the energy collided, a shockwave soared into the sky. As the terrifying shockwave spread, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, was sent flying from the rock. Thud thud! At the same time his body left the rock, a wave of energy surged out. Then, he staggered and landed on the ground, only stabilizing his body after a few steps. Bing Qianli's body shook, and his movements were graceful and free. He stood on the rock where Du Xiaofu had been sitting. The energy around him fluctuated, and his clothes fluttered. He sneered as he looked at Du Xiaofu, who had been sent flying, and said lightly, "So you're breaking through to the 3-star Nirvana Realm Spirit Symbol Master. Looks like even if you've broken through, you're just SOSO. Whoosh whoosh." Almost at the same time, Bing Qianli, Qin Lang, and Zhu Ding's law enforcers, which were close to 30 people, flashed. Their profound energy surged, and their weapons were unsheathed. Instantly, they surrounded Du Xiaofu. Rumble! Instantly, dozens of extremely powerful and sharp auras surged, shaking the small valley below the rock wall. The wind and clouds surged, and the energy fluctuated endlessly. The thick clouds above fluctuated, as if forming a huge wave. Huff! At the same time, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The light in his eyes slowly disappeared as he looked around. However, Du Xiaofu did not look at Bing Qianli, Qin Lang, Zhu Ding, and the others. Instead, his gaze landed on the alluring woman who was being surrounded by 2 people. His resolute face immediately rippled and a smile appeared in his eyes. "Get out of my way!" At the same time, the hot woman shouted coldly. Profound she surged out from her feet, causing all the men to have a nosebleed to float in the air. Her long hair that was as black as ink fluttered in the wind. She made a sword gesture, and a sky full of materialized sword shadows instantly spun out like a sky full of wind blades. Swish swish! The sword shadow cut through the space as if it was tearing the space apart. Then, it suddenly spread throughout the entire valley, covering the space within a radius of a few hundred meters. Walala! As the sword gesture was made, sand and stones flew around in the valley. A large area of rocks was directly destroyed by the sword light, turning into rubble. The pressure of the spiritual artifact shrouded the sky, and the sky full of materialized sword shadows connected head to tail. It was like a sword net that enveloped the space, completely enveloping the man called Guiqing and Zhu Ding. The sword net enveloped over, and the violent energy wind that filled the sky cut through the space. Zhu Ding and Guiqing's faces were grave as they attacked with all their might. The sky full of rune energy bloomed, and the powerful energy kept sweeping towards the sword net. Rumble! The energy collided, and the air trembled. The terrifying energy poured down like a mountain torrent, and the rumbling sound was endless. Under the combined efforts of Zhu Ding and Guiqing, they finally managed to resist the sword net. However, the clothes on the 2 of them were immediately left with sword marks. Mysterious Meridian Spirit Realm Cultivation, high-grade spiritual artifact, your strength is not bad. Not far away, Du Xiaofu looked at the hot woman, and a smile appeared in his eyes as he muttered, "Stop, all of you stop right now!" After forcing Zhu Ding and Guiqing back, the hot woman did not attack again. As her lovable shout rang out, her tall and slender figure floated back, and landed on the ground. The tip of her foot tapped on the ground, and she took a few steps back, passing Bing Qianli and arriving beside Du Xiaofu. Hearing this, Qin Lang and the sword-wielding woman called Zhang Lu, who were in the midst of fighting, also separated upon contact. The 2 of them stopped fighting. Everyone's gaze fell on the hot woman. They did not know why she was so protective of the brat called Du Xiaofu. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had also successfully broken through, Bing Qianli's gaze slightly twitched, and he did not continue to attack. Seeing that everyone had temporarily stopped fighting, the hot woman's eyebrows slightly relaxed. Her graceful figure slowly turned around, and her clear and bright eyes tightly stared at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes were filled with sternness, and the surrounding valley immediately quieted down. After a good while, the hot woman's cherry-red lips gently opened, her voice similarly cold. Her bright eyes stared at Du Xiaofu as she said, "You've grown up, haven't you? You didn't come to find me the moment you arrived at the academy, and instead caused such a huge trouble. Let's see how you're going to deal with this." Du Xiaofu looked at the pretty girl in front of him. She looked to be around 22 or 23 years old, and although she was not exceedingly beautiful, she had an extraordinary beauty. Her pitch-black eyes were as clear as a stream, and as beautiful as the clouds reflected on a clear pond. There was an indescribable enchanting charm to her, and also an otherworldly beauty. As he sized up the girl in front of him and listened to her cold tone, Du Xiaofu's eyes still carried a smile. He did not speak, and did not know what to say. Du Xiaofu only smiled. It was also like this when he was young. Every time he was bullied, the girl in front of him would stand up for him. At that time, he did not know what to say, and could only smile like this. However, the smile was somewhat different. Compared to the smile in the past, this smile now had an additional sense of confidence. The only thing that did not change was that the smile in her eyes was still as clear as ever. "What's going on?" Hearing the hot woman's words and looking at the expressions of the two people, Bing Qianli, Zhu Ding, Zhang Lu and the rest all revealed a puzzled expression. Seeing that Du Xiaofu did not speak, the hot woman's ethereal eyes trembled slightly. Her slender and straight legs took a step forward and landed directly in front of Du Xiaofu. Her body was almost the same height as Du Xiaofu, and the shorts that wrapped around her perky buttocks, coupled with her long and slender legs, revealed a silent, enchanting charm amidst the heat. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, the hot woman seemed to be unable to take it anymore. She lifted her slender hand and directly grabbed Du Xiaofu's left ear, gnashing her teeth. However, it was obvious that she did not use much strength. She shouted, "Stinky brat, you still dare to not speak? Are you not putting me in your eyes now that you've grown up?" Du Xiaofu let out a miserable shriek and said, "Big sister, how am I not putting you in my eyes? I wanted to look for you the moment I entered Tianwu Academy. However, I was bullied by a few seniors when I asked my brother to find out about you. I couldn't hold myself back and took action, but I didn't have the time to find you. It hurts, big sister. Can you let go of me first? I've already grown up. You can't pull my ear like you did when we were young. You'll lose face." Following Du Xiaofu's miserable shriek, the hot woman immediately released her grip on Du Xiaofu's ear. Her gaze immediately turned gentle and her cold voice suddenly became gentle. Her ethereal eyes were filled with concern. However, she secretly gritted her teeth and chided. "You still dare to talk about face with me? You deserve to die from the pain." After his ear was released, Du Xiaofu chuckled. Who else could the seductive woman in front of him be other than his big sister, Du Xiaoman, the daughter of his big uncle? Lifting his head to look at the woman in front of him, Zhang Xian saw an orange-red loose robe covering her slender neck. Her breasts were as white as jade, and her cleavage was faintly discernible. His eyes immediately lit up and he said, "Big sister, you seem to be getting more and more beautiful. What are you looking at? Behave yourself. Let's see how you're going to deal with this." Du Xiaoman glared at Du Xiaofu. However, when she saw the resolute and handsome face, she couldn't help but soften her gaze. She lifted her slender hand and lightly brushed off the dust and withered grass on his shoulder. She said softly, "Brat, why did you come to Tianwu Academy? You must have suffered quite a bit along the way, right?" Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. He looked at Du Xiaoman and scratched the back of his head. He seemed to be a little nervous as he replied, "It's all right. I arrived at Tianwu Academy after walking for a while. However, there were a few times where I nearly lost my life. Fortunately, I'm lucky and didn't die." Upon hearing those words, Du Xiaoman's clear eyes trembled slightly. Back then, when she left the academy, the young man before her was still a cripple who couldn't cultivate. He was known throughout Stone City as a foolish young man who was bullied by his peers in the clan and ignored by his elders. However, in just a few short years, the young man before her had grown to the point where he could shake the entire Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaoman wasn't sure what happened to the young man before her, but Du Xiaoman could imagine that it wasn't an easy process. Just a few days of pursuit by the Tianwu Academy's enforcement squad was enough for him to suffer quite a bit. Go back with Big Sister. No matter what happened in the academy, just explain it to the academy elders. With Big Sister around, nothing will happen, all right? Du Xiaoman said to Du Xiaofu. She looked at the purple-robed young man's clear eyes and innocent appearance. Even though he had changed a little compared to before, he still had a nervous expression on his face. Was he really the ferocious young man described in the rumors? Upon hearing those words, Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Du Xiaoman and asked, Big Sister, do you know someone called Ouyang Shuang? I've met her a few times. She seems to have entered the martial ranking a few months ago. Why? Du Xiaoman asked doubtfully. Have you seen her recently? Du Xiaofu asked. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.